perfect, but I know what my worth is, more than you're giving. What goes up, comes back down. What goes out, comes around. You're so dumb and reckless. You already wrecked this. What goes up, comes back down. And your day will come around. And I don't wanna fix this. You already wrecked this for good. What goes up, comes back down. What goes out, comes around. What goes up, comes back down. And your day will come around. Oh no. What goes up, comes back down. What goes out, comes around. You're so dumb and reckless. You already wrecked this. What goes up, comes back down. And your day will come around. And I don't wanna fix this. You already wrecked this for good. What goes up, comes back down. What goes out, comes around. You're so dumb and reckless. You already wrecked this. What goes up, comes back down. And your day will come around. And I don't wanna fix this. You already wrecked this for good. Find me in the corner of the room, not ready to resume, 'cause I'm taking. Don't wanna be alone, but I'm not in the zone. I'm looking for somebody. I'm looking for somebody.
There we go. Hello, hello. Hey, you bird. Burb. Put that right there. We'll see if that's a little bit better. Alright, we made it back. I forgot that I had a Christmas program for my son tonight, so it didn't go super long, but I did have to do a little bit extra stuff, so that's what took us a little longer today. Alright. And today, we are just going to jump straight into Factorio, so... Oops. I apologize for that. Okay, let's see. I am actually going to play a little bit of music today. Because I could use a little bit. Just not that. We're just going to do it kind of quietly in the background here. Hey, Red. Alright. But yeah, we did survive the trial that was Friday. You're gonna be playing Tarkov next wipe, probably. As long as nothing else coincides with it right now. Because that was the main thing, is that Space Age came in and stole me away. And then Oxygen Not Included had a Frostbite DLC, which it also had another DLC drop not too long ago, actually. In fact, I think it dropped... Was it yesterday? No. It was on Thursday that it dropped. I just didn't jump into it because it was the 24-hour stream. But the Bionic Booster Pack. I am super excited for this. I already went and bought it, and in the near future I'm going to be playing more Oxygen Not Included because I want to explore some of these options. So that's what I'm going to be kind of going for on that. So yeah, that'll be good. Looking refreshed, yes, nice indeed. But yeah, so that'll be part of what we do there. Yeah, so far this system's working pretty swimmingly. Like I said, we are operating under the assumption that we will be replacing stuff constantly, which is exactly what you're seeing here with all the little bot mall here. This is all just purely for making replacements of everything there, so. Caught the back end of your 24, you're looking rough. Then again, you were awake for 24 hours, yeah. Shocking. How's the leg? Rough. It's rough. I can still walk on it, and I don't think I have a limp showing anymore, but I definitely took a little bit of damage, so not good. But I knew that would happen the second that I changed the channel point stuff and all that. I fully knew that that was a possibility, so I accepted the loss, and we're gonna evaluate it and see if it continues to be used and abused, and if it is, we'll readjust again, so. But yeah, I'm glad I didn't plan any, like, community game stuff, because I don't think that would have gone very well. It would have had to have been done in the first half, I think, and there was not enough people in the first half to justify it, so. And even, like, the second half, like, it was sporadic enough, so. Not bad. Overall, I feel like it went pretty well for my first 24-hour. There's things that I would definitely, didn't catch what caused leg damage, though. 90 burpees, in the span of about 3 to 4 hours while I was sleep deprived, so I landed incorrectly towards the very end. And I was doing that on top of playing games. I think I was forced to do that. The burpees that actually caused the leg injury resulted while I was playing Helldivers 2. I was in the middle of something, so I was trying to do it very fast to get back into it, and I went too fast, so. So yeah, that's what caused that. I also, last I checked, the 24-hour stream on YouTube was not able to be watched. Because I think we had songs on there that got requested that resulted in blocking the video. Let me just double check and see if that ended up getting resolved here. Oh good, it did get resolved. Okay. I did appeal it because I did change and I muted a couple little things, and I think it fixed it, so... Yeah, copyright, yeah, which I've told people before that I have to be careful, and no one cares. So, that's fine. That's fine. I can take the hits with it because YouTube's not that crazy up there with it or anything. Okay, so tonight I want to spend a little bit of time at least on Factorio because I'm trying to get Gleba to a state that I can fully leave it because Vulcanus is my new problem right now. Because I finally, after all this time, depleted this patch of calcite, which I realize I didn't switch to the big mining drills. That would have made it last longer. I should have done it, but I completely forgot. Oh, crazy! Hi, you caught me. I went and peeked over at your ship design a little bit. It looks like it's coming along really nicely. I ended up getting back a little earlier than I thought, so I was trying to get on as fast as I could here. Yeah, good. Good. Like I said, I wasn't able to stay and watch. I just kind of peeked the laptop because I've been lurking you the whole time. And I just was idly watching while I was getting kids ready for bed. And it was looking good. I didn't hear anything of what you were saying, but it was looking really good, so. Hardly ever anyway. Yeah, yeah. Well, and I'm debating on streaming exclusively on Twitch again and not multi-streaming because it's honestly been such a pain and a hassle. And I'm sure it's not healthy for the YouTube channel. But I don't have a schedule right now to post on YouTube consistently, so at least I'm putting something on there is the way that I'm seeing it, but... And luckily they have separated it on YouTube nowadays where there is like videos and then there's shorts and then there's live, right? So that kind of helps with the algorithm a little bit, but it'll get better. I forgot I was drinking Coke and not Dr. Pepper. Now I understand. Do you understand? Have you finally seen the light? Has it come to pass? Because, oh my gosh. Okay, so, yeah, like I said, the main thing today is that I need to get Gleba set, all set up, ready to go, so that I can come over to Vulcanus. I can tap into all of this calcite. So what I'm planning to do is we're going to make a central train station here. We're just going to take all of this calcite with big mining drills, and we're going to condense it into one area, because you don't need a lot of calcite, but you do need calcite in order for this to be a continuous process, right? So I just want to have as much as possible. When this has been tapped out, we'll probably come up and start tapping into some of this stuff, but I'm assuming that this will last a long time. It doesn't have to be very quick, so I'll probably throw on big mining drills with productivity modules is the idea. So you should prefer a different cola over Coke and Pepsi? No, I don't care. As for, do you prefer the RD704 or the MK47? You have asked before, and it's the RD704. Yep, 704 without doubt, hands down. RC Cola? Oh, I've had some RC Cola. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's a good choice. Anyway, we'll get to that in a bit. We're going to make sure that this is all running smoothly in its current state. And we've been sitting here for a bit. I've talked a little bit. I've had this running idly in the background for some stuff as well. Right now, the only thing that I'm kind of waiting on is I've been adding stone to this in order to get bricks. Because I needed bricks in order to produce concrete. And we'll go ahead and just add a little bit more there. And I needed concrete for some power distribution stuff. Primarily, I believe... What was it I needed it for? I think it was... I can answer my own question right here if I just go to concrete and see what it's used in. Ah, yes, I was starting to work towards making rocket silos so that I could scale up the rocket silos without going anywhere else, but... Shut up, it's factory time. Hey, easy now. Luckily, everything is mostly automated, so... This, like I said, is a continuously functioning cycle of life right now. So the beauty of this, and in fact, Crazy brought this up, which I realized I never really answered this before. So, since Crazy asked it, I already answered Crazy. I'm going to answer to everybody else here now. He was asking, I made the factory on an island. Why didn't I make the farms on an island as well and just completely isolate? And the answer is because I don't have overgrowth soil. So I have the artificial soil, but not overgrowth soil. So the idea being, I want to wait to get the overgrowth soil to switch to a fully artificial farm, which is completely isolated, and then I only have to defend like one area, really, to stop them from coming in. But until then, this is the temporary setup where we have our natural farm with a little bit of artificial soil mixed in order to allow these to grow. And this is working out just fine. So you can see we have a backup of of our jelly nut, and that's okay because this is not designed to be a zero waste thing, because whenever we get some spoilage in this mix, we go ahead and allow it to come in anyway, right? Because we can just turn spoilage into energy. So the system is designed to be essentially lossless, right? It's a completely infinite cycle here where we're using everything as long as we're able to continuously grow and produce, right? So that can eventually pose an issue if we start to get a huge backup of these seeds. That could come to bite us pretty quick, but that's not going to happen for quite some time. At least I'm hoping so. And by the time that does happen, we should be transitioning to the overgrowth soil, and then we can start to rate control the seeds. But we do want to have at least a semi-backlog of seeds, is the idea. So another thing we can do to compensate for that is we've already been building like the steel chests and then some of the provider chests. So we can just add one more here that will just produce these storage chests as such, and I'll limit it just to like 2 slots there, and I just need to come in here and change this to be more like 125, and I'll be happy with that. Then all that's left to do with this is just to come in here, and we will just, at least temporarily, I'm going to add kind of an overflow storage right here. And I'm going to make it huge because I'm the only one playing on this, so I don't have to worry about UPS cost or anything. Originally, when I was designing a lot of my stuff and anticipating how I was going to design my factories for Space Age, it was with knowing that other people may have systems that aren't as equipped for large-scale Factorio factories and stuff. Because we'd had some of those issues with space exploration. But it turned out that I became the only person playing on this, so I can do whatever I want as long as my FPS and UPS ticker up there is still reading 60. I can do anything I want. Yeah, so we're just going to make a grossly overdone storage system there. Limit that down to 1. And that will do pretty much everything that we need, and ensure that we produce a massive amount of seeds. I mean, right now we've already got 1.9 thousand of the Yamako seeds, and only 79 of the jelly nut ones, but that's because we had to make more of the jelly nut soil. We didn't have to make as much of this over here because we actually recovered quite a bit of it down here before moving on. And this one, I wasn't able to recover as much, unfortunately. So, it balances out in the end. And really, we've got some more, you can see I've got some soil as well. So, my idea is, if this gets too big, I'll be able to convert some of the seeds into soil, kind of as like a storage thing, if you will. I'm not sure if that's exactly a good idea, but you can kind of do something similar with, like, storing, for example, pentapod eggs. You can store them in biochambers, basically, and then you'd have to recycle them, so you would lose some, but it essentially turned into a sort of cold storage of pentapod eggs, but I digress on that. So, next step right now is we were able to recover this, which is the actual pentapod egg system from before, which is all well and good here, right? So right now, this is all in a very stable state. And originally, we did have this set to a point that it was burning all of the excess eggs, which was good. And I think I'm going to set this to be anything over 40. Because then that'll clear off some of this as well here. Once this gets going, I'll manually clean out the spoilage from this system, but right now I want to try to keep this semi-clean as we can. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is we need to design the actual green science production, right? So, what does that require? Well, it's pretty simple. It only needs bioflux and a pentapod egg, right? So that's pretty simple. And before, I had a system I kind of liked. Now we want to... We're going to build it from the ground up, and we're going to make it like a tileable system. Somebody had the idea to have the green science also be separate and completely isolated from all of this, and I agree. We are going to do that. So in order to accomplish that, we need to decide how exactly we want to provide for that. And I think originally I was doing it over here, where I was grabbing some bioflux and storing it in a space such as this. So I think we're going to do exactly that as well. And we'll do a stack inserter, and we'll just store up a bunch there. Because now that we're in a constant state of production, we should be able to allow it to pull off of this belt, is the idea. It's the idea. We're going to see if it actually works. But we should be in enough of an equilibrium state that I'm not too worried about it here. Let's see. Something else I've kind of considered here, and I think I'm going to implement now, is I'm going to put down some active provider chests so that I can try to get as many of these as I can. So what we're going to do is I'm going to hit enable disable. We look at these, and I want to say, hey, if this is over... Oh, shoot. I want to say if the plastic... greater than, I'm going to say... 4,000. I want to throw that into the system, right? Then this one, I want to do the same thing with the sulfur, but that one is going to be reduced down to 2,000 instead. And greater. Then here, rocket fuel's a little interesting with the way that it does this. So I want to say if it is greater than, I'm going to say 800. How you feeling, man? I'm feeling pretty good now, thankfully. I did recover pretty decently, so... Okay, you know what? I've actually got a way better idea than this. I got a way better idea than this. Stand by. Still be way dead if I was you. Yeah. Well, luckily, I was able to get a little bit of sleep after the event. And then over the weekend, I did get a little sick today. Like, I actually kind of crashed a little bit. Felt like I had the flu symptoms and all that, but I recovered over that as well, so we're good there. But yeah, it was honestly going fine up until like the last 5-6 hours, I think. That got really difficult. Okay, so here's the idea. I'm actually going to bring over an additional Roboport, and this one is going to be specifically for reading the contents of the logistic network here. If you had to do it again, would you change, would you keep? I would request that people that voted for it, like, show up. Because I'll tell you what, that felt real nasty when I was sitting there doing the entire 24-hour bit and I didn't see, like, most of the people that had originally voted for it. There was still quite a few people that showed up, don't get me wrong, but oh my gosh, that was like, that was terrible. Just to have that, I don't know. Did not feel okey pokey, let's say. But I would have liked to have done some community stuff, but again, I'm really glad that I didn't, because I would have been sitting there awkwardly trying to fill lobbies and all that. That just would not have gone well. I was hoping to get a little bit of playtime with a few people. Didn't end up happening, and a lot of stuff happened, I understand that, but... The countdown you need to mentally? No, it's because I changed channel point reward stuff, and much like what I thought would happen, it ended up biting me in the butt, essentially. So, what I would change is, for one, like, you know, the song requests are good and all that, but I need to kind of be careful and limit that a bit. I would like to make it more of an event where there is chances for community interaction. But, yeah, the time leading up to it just, it just wasn't hot. It wasn't hot, so. Max redeemed? What? What do you mean? Okay, so let's see. So I need to think here. For the burpees? For everything. So I ended up doing like 90 burpees, and because I was sleep deprived at the end, I ended up landing incorrectly and injuring a leg. And then, while I did play a good game, for a very few channel points, I ended up having to purchase a game and play it, because that's what the description for it is. And like all kinds of stuff, like I lowered the Coke one as well, that got abused. Lowered the water one, I ended up drinking a whole bunch of water on top of that. So I was drinking, I had a Monster, I had Pepsi, I had Coke in my system, then I had water on top of it, so I had all that sloshing around. Then I had to do burpees on top of it as well. Then I had to go play a game that was a horror game and required a lot of critical thinking in order to progress through it and all that. So it was just a nightmare of things all kind of bundled up into one. So it's... Overall, it was still a good experience in my eyes. But... I mean, it was good as a reward. You know, like, don't get me wrong, I'm glad that I was able to do it for the reason that I did it. But I definitely would do stuff different next time. I'm trying to let this all cycle through so I can see how much is in here. And I'd like to enable this if the rocket fuel is less than... Oh, shoot. Let's say we put like 8,000 into the system. Here, I want to store a lot of carbon fiber, ideally, so I'd like to put... Shoot. Let's start with 25,000 in the system, because I'm making a lot of storage. Sulfur is one. I probably want a little bit more of it as well. So I'll go like double what I've got right now. The plastic is still kind of cycling through, but let's go with like 35,000, and maybe I'll think about shipping it around, is the idea there. And then we're going to change these to active providers as well. And let's see if we got... Yep, we had those in the system. So now I have a more condensed version that's able to then send all of this away. Now the idea here is that because this is an infinite cycle that we've got going here, I want to make sure that I get as much out of this system as I can. Right? So that's what we're going to do. But yeah, I think for the 24-hour, I liked the format that I had, because I did have some pre-scheduled break times that I didn't announce. I just gave them to myself. So I had my own deadlines that I could kind of tweak around and all that, which was good. But I think in the future, I'd probably want to try to limit the number of games and try to play games a little bit longer. I gave myself the option to be flexible and allow myself to play games when I wasn't really feeling other games, and I think that was good. But I think if I planned out what games I had ahead of time, and then if I really wasn't feeling it, then switching, I think that would have been a much better call. Yeah, see, because right here, I'm getting backed up on spoilage here, and I won't be able to produce more of this rocket fuel super quickly, because I'm going to have to go through all that spoilage. I need the spoilage to clear out, so step by step. So another thing here is that in the process of this, I don't have a lot of bots right now, so all my logistic bots are being eaten up in this process, right? Which I fully expected. That's not that much of a surprise right now, but I do need to add the ability to create more. So I was going to look into how I'm going to get oil. So right here I've got coal synthesis going on, and this coal synthesizing is essentially free, but it is kind of a slow process. So what I want to do is I'd like to do coal liquefaction, but you need a little bit of heavy oil to start it, right? So the other idea was to go for simple coal liquefaction, which would take some sulfuric acid and then some calcite to, you know, at least get some heavy oil, because then once I had the heavy oil, I could then essentially generate infinite oil here. But I need something to start the process, right? So I was kind of looking around to see, because calcite doesn't naturally grow here or anything like that. Well, grow is not the right word. It's not native to here. So I can't use calcite unless I ship it in, but I can't use heavy oil either unless I ship it in. So kind of a bit of a conundrum there if I want to start that process. So one of the things I was going to look at was, if we were to look at, can I see barrels of oil? Is that something? There we go, that's what I want to see. Okay, so a rocket can hold 100 barrels. And each of these would be 50, so I could actually ship in enough heavy oil to get this started, then I don't have to worry about the calcite as much. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So I guess before I can realistically begin producing science and all that here, I'm still missing a critical component, which is gonna be the heavy oil. So I think we'll let this, well, here's the other issue, the dilemma. I can't actually leave. Because I need at least one rocket silo. And we're missing electric engine units. I could produce the steel plate, the blue circuits, the pipes, the concrete easy. But I don't have electric engine units because I don't have the lubricant. And I don't have lubricant because I don't have heavy oil. So, I think what we need to do, because I had the Iron Star over here sitting over Vulcanus trying to, you know, drop off all this, but Vulcanus is inoperable right now. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause this thrust. I'm going to throw down the science packs we've got. And I'm going to turn this off. And I think Fulgora, I was actually producing some electric engine units, which I was right there. Each one of these is holding 150. And for one rocket silo, I need 200. How do they stack? They stack okay? 400. Perfect. So 150 apiece, so I could actually make these a little bit rounder to do 200. Because I can do 2, 4, 6, 8. That'd be two rockets worth right there. I think I'm going to do exactly that. So probably let this go back on its way. I'm gonna have Glebas actually take care of this for me. So we're gonna pause this. I'm gonna head to Fulgora and certain condition blah. That'll be good. So we're gonna take that off for now. And then, let's see, I'm just gonna request using this one. From Fulgora, I'm gonna request 800 electric engine units. So again, the idea here being that Fulgora is pretty much in a state of constant production as well. And I've got it kind of building up some quality stuff, not a whole lot, because I'm kind of waiting until I can get the Epic. And then I want to build a ship using Epic quality in order to get to Aquilo, right? Because I just prefer that personally. But one of the issues that we're going to have here with this in the end is that it's going to take a long time. Because I don't have Epic right now, but I'm working on it. Let's see, so we got 400 on the way, we'll get another 400 soon. So I'm just going to pause this here. And it'll just get its shipments. So 800 of those electric engine units means that we can produce 4 rocket silos, which I'm okay with. I'm okay with 4 rocket silos here. I don't need any more than that. However, I do want the ability to make more drones in order to make this a much better process. Because more drones means that I'll be able to move material around a lot more efficiently. So that's the idea that we're going with. And now I've cleaned off the belts. This is the big thing. I wanted to clean the belts off so that spoilage is able to cycle itself out. Because that's the biggest thing. I don't want spoilage to sit on these belts whatsoever. Not at all. Not even a peep. Not even a smidge, right? We don't want none of that. We want none of that smoke. Well, we want smoke and... We want smoke and we want steam, but you get the picture. You get the picture. So yeah, so... Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to wait until Gleba's Overseer over here gets its second load of electric engine units, bring those over, send those down, and then we can actually manufacture our rocket silos off of that. I'll make you spoilage on those belts. Yes, please do. Somebody needs to. Somebody needs to. And hello, hello. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. But yeah, any other questions regarding that 24-hour stream? Before we put that, you know, put that to the past and behind us and wait for the next time. Because I would be willing to do another time. I did, in the end, really enjoy it. I did enjoy it. I can't do that very often because of scheduling, woes and all that, but I could feasibly do another one if we hit the appropriate goal for it. I would, you know, move mountains to make it happen again, so. Okay, let's see, yeah, so first order of business, we're gonna get our rocket silos in. And I think... primarily, I want them to be close to where we export the green science. I want to have 2 silos dedicated to launching green science. And then I want 2 rockets for the carbon fiber export, which is the main export. Oh, and then the carbon fiber and the stack inserter exports. That's going to be the big stuff right there, so. Yes. Shouldn't be too much longer here, because it is making those pretty quick. But you can see I've also got an additional issue, which is power. On some of these, there's just not enough power with just the raw common modules and all that. So one of the things I want to do is I want to actually upgrade these ships with the uncommon stuff eventually. So step 1 is going to be rocket silos on Gleba in order to allow us to send out green science. Then it's going to be heading over to Vulcanus in order to in order to fix the calcite thing, because right now the factory's dead. Not broken, it's just not operating at all because we've lost valuable calcite in this entire process. So very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Because calcite's kind of the life of that planet. So we'll go over there, we'll set up one of the mines to get the process actually rolling, and then we'll be able to set up the others as we have production moving along. And that will be good. Yes. Let's see, I'm trying to think. Are we missing anything else about this right now? I don't think we are. Yeah, because all this is still... It's still functioning. It's still working really well. I won't know what the actual science output of this is. I'm hoping it's pretty high. I'm hoping it's pretty high, at least as far as what we need it for. But, again, we won't know that until we actually start to produce the science itself. So, that'll be good. Okay, so we got that. Now we can head back to Gleba if we've got enough ammo. I think we're getting there. Yeah, we're still using, like, just the tier 1 modules, not even, like, speed 2s or anything with all this stuff, so... Kind of unfortunate, but... we can change all that pretty soon here. Because I do like my ship design, I just want to give it better pieces, basically. But I can't afford to have my ships take damage right now because my main planet of industry is not working. So I can't use it as a repair shipyard. And I've still got... this one is slowly being made with its initial stuff on Novice. And I think Novice is having a bit of a crunch issue, mostly when it comes to the space platform foundations, because I'm making them very, very slowly right now. So it's understandable, but I think it's got everything else that it needs. Let me see here. Minus a few. I guess I don't have nuclear reactors with heat exchangers, so... And then I haven't made the uncommon versions of all this stuff yet, so... piece by piece it's going. We have the design work has been done there. We just have to get to the actual using it, then testing it to see what we need to change on it, so... that will be a good time, I'm sure. Let's see, we got a fair amount of ammo now. I probably need to start using stack inserters on spaceships just to increase the storage capacity on the belts. I think that would improve at least the ammo amount that's left on these would be significant. I could actually fit more ammo on the belts for like the side ones, then also probably change this up a little bit in order to allow it to come up there, but if it works, you know. Let's go ahead and set this for Gleba. I'm just gonna monitor it to make sure it does its job. But yeah, this nuclear powered ship is designed to have basically 360 degrees of security, and then it's supposed to be able to deal with the larger asteroids heading over to Aquilo, and it has a little bit more space that we can add a few other additional quality of life things that would... What I'm hoping is have it be able to produce basic resources from orbit and send them down. Because Aquilo, I know that it is like an ammonia ocean, and I don't see it having a whole lot to start with, so having like a source of basic resources would be stupendous to me. Pause the thrust. I'm gonna slow it down because I started running out of ammo. I went a little too soon. So we're just gonna kinda cruise our way in to orbit here, nice and gentle-like. So what I'm particularly happy about is that this design works with just uncommon, well, common module levels. So if I give it uncommon and even rare, this ship is gonna be fantastic for all of the inner planets, like, by far. Far and above. This is a good workhorse design. So, I'm pretty pleased with it. I'm happy with it. I might change a couple things later, just to kind of give it a little nicer look, but... overall, I can't complain too much. Not yet, at least. Eventually. Okay, I'll let that kind of cruise in, and let's start this process. So we're gonna start making our rocket silos. And we will request everything that we need. We'll do bulk inserters just to kind of just get it in here. And it should make a total of 4 of them once it's in place. Just gonna bump the thrust for the last little bit, and then pause again, and then... Alright. Okay, we've got a fair amount of space to work with in this still as well, so I'm not super concerned about space, other than just making sure things constantly run. That is the main goal right now. We just want it to constantly move. Alright, and let's see. Just wanted to see if I could add any more to increase this, and it doesn't look like it right now, so we're good. We are good. We're excellent. We are wonderful. We're stupendous, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I don't want to split this up too much, so we just do this, and then... I don't know if we have modules... We're probably still trying to fulfill module requests, aren't we? Or are we not? Oh, we're not. We got some 2s. Some speed 2s. So we'll just have those come right on over here. Let's see, are we not making pipes? Because I don't see any pipes being taken over. That's okay, we'll make some pipes now. Let's do like 2 stacks of pipes. Because pipes are not difficult to produce at all. We might be a bit limited on the steel right now, though. That could become an issue. Alright, let's go ahead and let's set up So over here, we're going to have 2 silos for that, and then we're going to have the 2 silos here dedicated for non-perishable stuff. So we'll keep them in a central area up there, but let's see. I also need to add in. Yeah, we just do fast inserters. So I want to add this with the requester chest. Am I making prod mods? Uh-oh. No, we are. Okay. Yeah, so I want to make sure that I'm doing prod mods because it's just significantly easier that way. So then I'll just copy. And that's going to be specifically for supplying what's needed to launch the rockets. And the prod mods just make it a little bit sweeter. That's all. Then we'll do that. And that, just to help bring the power over. Yep, so steel's gonna be our greatest enemy right now. Unless we scale it up, which we can do 100%. And we just do that by simply siphoning off some more there. And there. Then we'll just limit these a slight bit. Not too much, just enough. Normally I'd make them kind of link up with the network and see how much is actually in the network, but in this particular instance I'm just going to be lazy about it. Because the more steel the merrier, really, so that'll give us a nice constant supply of steel. Let's just go see how much that's giving us. I'm sure it's not much. Alright, so for the past hour we've been doing about 30 a minute. So doing what we just did looks like that essentially triples it. I believe. I just want to see if it hits that 90 when it reaches the more equilibrium bit right here. I think it will average to about 90. Maybe a little bit higher. We'll see. So eat that up, and it leaps to about flat 90. 93, 90, 89, yeah, so about 90. About 90. I'm pretty happy with 90 steel a minute. That should still flow pretty nicely, I would imagine. That does still mean it's going to take a little bit of time for that steel to really make an impact on that, but that's okay, because right now I've got more than enough iron plates around. So that's good news. And again, I could replace these with stack inserters just to make sure that we keep the belts as saturated as possible. So I think that's something that's worth considering in this particular moment. Sorry, I just realized my microphone was in view of the camera there. That looked kind of weird. I fixed it, though. Okay, let's see. Yeah, right now it's just waiting for the first rocket silo to get made. Then I can set the actual requests for actually feeding it. And then we can go from there. Yep, so I've got a good supply of all this artificial soil, and I think the overgrowth soil wants some of that soil anyway. Yes. And then some of the seeds, and then biter eggs. Anywhere in the green biome. Be placed on marsh, wetland, blubber, sickly blubber. Huh. Am I not able to place this? I don't think I can place this on landfill, can I? Yeah, I don't think I can. Huh. That might remove the idea of making a completely artificial island unless I could find something like that. Might work, but I might just be stuck with this setup. I mean, this setup works just fine, but I might just want to improve this some way, somehow. Although I do see that as the pentapod shells stack up, they kind of seem like they freeze in place a little bit, so I think we're kind of accidentally exploiting their AI pathing just a little bit. That wasn't the original intention, but now that I see it happening, I'm also not about to stop. So we keep going. We keep it rolling. Yeah, so right now I've got plenty in the system there. So I'm actually going to increase this because I like having more than less rocket fuel. So we're going to go with 12,000, I think. Sulfur's a tricky one. I don't want too much of that. Plastic, I always have a use for plastic. Carbon fiber, I want a huge store of that in order to send it out as well, so not super worried about that. I'm wondering if there's a way that I can read the capacity of the logistic network. I can read the requests and I can read the contents, but I can't read the capacity. I wonder if there's a way that I could, though, using a selector combinator. Let's look at something real quick. Select input, count inputs, random input stack size, capacity, filter, transfer. Indexes aren't going to do it. Counting the inputs, not going to tell me either. Yeah, because essentially I'd have to find a way to detect the logistic system storage. And while I know what each storage is, it doesn't remove the fact I have to manually, like, select how many there are and then select the number of slots. Which, I mean, you know what? Let me check something. So if I hit deconstruct, does it count for all those? It does. Okay, so if I go like this and I look, 319 storage chests. So if I can just do a constant combinator, right? That I just, let's go closer to the Roboport, actually. If I do a constant combinator, and I think I said 319. So I just input there what that is. Then I could do... I do a little bit of math where I feed it in here, and then I just take... Well, I can just say each signal, because there should only be one signal coming in. And I'm just going to times it by 319, and then I'm going to times it by 48. And then I'm going to output T to represent the tiles, right? Yes, because then, once I know how many tiles there are, I can then do a little bit of math based on what I'm wanting to store, right? So how would I want to do that? How would I want to divide that up? Because I could go off percentages, right? Because I'd want a certain percentage for the seeds and all that. And then I want a percentage for, let's see, seeds, percentage for the rocket fuel, the plastic. Maybe I don't care about the sulfur as much. I can just let the sulfur kind of sit there and fade. But then the carbon fiber. So I could do 25%. Well, no, because I have those 4. Then I need an overflow for everything else that could possibly be in the system. So I'd actually have to divide it into 5 if I want to keep it even, right? Which would just be 20% across the board. I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that. That's not a super important thing. That's just kind of a me looking to do something weird again. Because I'm always looking to do weird stuff, I guess. Ooh, we got some modules there. Did that increase the steel? Bumped up to about 108, 109 a minute. That's better. So that means every 10 minutes we produce enough steel to make one rocket silo, but we've got other things also eating up steel, so that doesn't exactly help anything, does it? What are these guys missing? Wire? Really? This is where I'm making wire? How's that? That's surprising. Well, we can fix that because power is not anything that I'm concerned with at all right now. So then we have to switch this to a bulk inserter so that it can actually produce enough wire for that. Much better. Already looking much better. And you're missing... Well, you're just not researching because Vulcanus is dead. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting! I keep thinking that Vulcanus is this god-tier planet that just cannot possibly make any mistakes, and then, oopsie-poopsie, I made a mistake. I can just get one silo produced. That's all I need. One will be enough to get us at least up to orbit. And then we can pop on over to Vulcanus get Vulcanus back up and running, then we can come back and look at the green science. That's the idea, that's the plan, that's what we're looking towards, that's what we're thinking, that's what we're smelling right now. I'm getting a bit of spoilage back up on the Jelly Nut line, which kind of expected. Getting some... Ooh. Yeah, that's gonna suck. So there's gonna come a time where the spoilage is gonna have to get purged out of those lines, because we're just not doing this fast enough, but... In time, the system will take care of it. It's halfway there. Halfway there. Not for lack of logistic bots right now, so maybe I don't need to worry about the bots all that much. Let's come back to looking at this idea that we had. So, if I can track that, then I could feasibly... maybe do something like this. Where here I'll just go ahead and specify that exactly, because then I can add this as the number it's given there, and then I can do a green wire separately. And then I can just specify that I am wanting to distribute some rocket fuel. I want to distribute just for hella delicious. Oh, okay. Let's see, rocket fuel. I said carbon fiber was one. And then what? Oh, you know what? I could actually... Hold on, I got an idea. I can actually do... like this, where I take... because this is separate, I can just do... well, I'll do a green wire just to show a little bit of separation. So I could have this and do input 0. No, I wouldn't want to do 0. I'd want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what you think every time Hella jumps in? Well, that's fair. Yes, because right here, this is just going to be the constant there. Then I'm gonna set what I want to separate, and then I just divide off of that, which then means I want to do that, and then it's gonna do straight across here. So now I've got the T signal, and then I've got this signal. So what do I do with that? What do I do with that? How do I make that into a cohesive separation? Alright, well, so first off, let's just do this, where I'd say rocket fuel, carbon fiber. I'm also separating plastic. Is what I had set. Let's see, plastic. I guess sulfur. And then we'll do just an O signal as the overflow, right? So in here we got overflow, we've got carbon fiber, we've got the rocket fuel, that, and that, okay? That's all well and good. But then I need a number. Because right here I can do only so many operands here. So I'd want to take... So overall, I'm doing 5 signals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let me see. So if I do T, and I just say divide by... No, wait. I can't do decimals, I don't think, right? No, I can't, because it just rounds it up. And I can't just divide by 25, because that's not a percentage. I'm breaking my brain right now. What was I trying to do? Come back to that, I'll come back to that. I'm still workshopping that a little bit. Might have to use the ancient tool of Google a little bit to see if my idea has some actual fruit to it or not. Or I might even have to bust out the really archaic pen and paper and actually see if I can write down a way to formulate that percentage distribution that I was looking at. Still waiting on that. You know what? I'm gonna look it up right now. Let me tell you what I find, okay? Because we come over here and we do... Let's see. Multiply the contents by 100. Divide by the maximum storage capacity. Results, okay. Divide the total capacity. Oh, yeah, I think that's the one. So if I want, let's see, so if I divide total capacity... but that only works if I'm going off of... Well, no, because here I've only designated the tiles. So then I'm just assuming, like, everybody based on tiles, and so that's irrelevant, right? So T is essentially the total. So I take the total. Take the total, I divide. Well, let's see. So it would essentially be that I take that plastic signal and I divide it by T. Which means it wouldn't output anything. So if I did like... Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for, though. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, so scratch that, scratch that. Scratch it. Scratch it out. Workshopping still. Because that's only if I'm reading the current contents in it. Yes. Alright. I don't know if that's going to be an idea worth exploring, or if I should just manually set the values, just do the calculations myself, because I don't see me using that as a parameterized blueprint, right? Because the idea, this is only dealing with something that's a constantly cycling production, right? So, if this is the only place that I'm really having to worry about that, in what instance would I need a parameterized version of it? And I don't think I ever really do. So that might be a topic to explore another time. We've almost got our rocket silo done here. Just a few more pieces. Few more pieces. And you can see here, we constantly suffer attacks, but it doesn't matter because we just replace everything. And even with us constantly replacing, you can see here we've got a few stacks. I can actually increase these, because I might as well. Just to have a huge, huge backlog of these necessary items, right? The only thing that I don't have a lot of is the rockets. And I think that's due to... No, not explosives. I think it's just due to the crafting speed, actually. There we go, that helps. I had to up the requests. That ought to make it a bit more feasible, because now if it's constantly running, it can do 0.68 a second, which is nice. That's actually pretty decent. I'm pretty happy with that, actually. That's about half of the yellow magazines. But I mean, really, because the rockets are so efficient, you don't really need to make them that fast, other than just the fact that you have to constantly replace what gets lost here. Which is a bit of a pain, but everything is infinite, so I don't really care. So that's what I'm going to go with. So yeah, I think I'm going to scrap this idea for now. That'll be a theory for later when we're not trying to just make progress, I think. Because right now I am severely behind when it comes to progress. Alright, we now have our very first rocket silo. So it's time to start cranking. Come on, buddy, get down there. There you go. Hey, Phoenix. How's it going? Yeah, I don't think the dynamically setting percentages is going to work out like I thought it was originally. Blue chips, they are being made. Oh, but I'm eating them up in, something I probably shouldn't be eating them up in. Yes, yes. That is quite alright, I think. Let's see, how many of these do I got? I got 27. Let's knock it down to just one of those for now, because we kind of need our precious blue chips to come out a little faster. Or at least to keep them around a little bit longer. Alright, here. I got an idea. We're just gonna ramp this up entirely. Yep, I'm just gonna perma-feed everything in here. Get these outputting. I'm not sure if that's the greatest idea, but we're trying. Oh, it looks like it's actually a lack of copper. Really? Well, that just won't do. Yeah, we're gonna fix that right now. Right now. Right here and now. Now it's just limited by the bacteria spoiling or not. Are these running constantly? No. Why? Because of the Yumako mash. That's what it always boils down to. It's the lack of the Yumako mash right now. So I think part of that is resulting from... No, we cleaned out a good chunk of the spoilage. These ones will be the next ones to get cleaned out, I think, but that's okay. Like I said, spoilage is just kind of part of the game right now, so... Jelly nuts. No, I can't improve that. That's okay. Alright. Let's see. You... Are you requesting anything? You're requesting science, but there's no science to be had. Okay, good. Good, good, good. So, let's see here. How close are you? 22%. Nice. It's mostly because we're just not producing the amount of green, well, the amount of blue chips that we need to really make this work the way that we want. I don't remember if this allows for... Oh, it does. There we go, yeah. Try to... So we increase the speed, but we also try to get a little bit more bang for our buck. And because we're eating up a little bit more of those, I think we can do the same thing over here. Just gonna manually change all these. So the idea here is to increase the speed, but also to allow these to produce just a little bit extra with what we've got going on. Because I haven't set up foundries and all that. Normally I would try to do the foundry approach right now. But I think this is slightly more stable. Ever so slightly, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, producing about as many of these as we can. Trying to decide if I should beacon this or not. I think I have beacons being produced right now. Oh, it reaches that. Oh, that's perfect. That's stupendous. Oh, okay. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's more like it. In fact, I've got a real nasty idea. Do some stack inserters on there, which lets it saturate a little bit. Huh? Yeah. Ooh, that's gotta be good. Hold on a second. That has to be stupendous. Let me see this. Let me see this. What do we go from? We went from about... I'm gonna say that was about... 520? 525? And that has leapt us up to about, ooh, almost 700 if we keep it going. Let me see here. Which the consumption doesn't quite match that. Oh, consumption went down a bit, probably because some other processes suffered a bit. Oh, but it's gonna come down to a lack of feeding enough copper now. Oh, yes. No. No, curse you. I don't think there's any way I can really improve that right now, because primarily it's down to waiting on this copper bacteria to essentially be allowed the chance to kick off enough to actually meaningfully produce this bacteria frequently enough, right? So you need a little bit of the mash to kick this process off, but then you need the bioflux. I think when the bioflux goes away, that's when it starts to have some issues. It's just interesting because right now, even though it had a little bit of mash, it didn't get that bacteria starting. That's weird. Why is that? Yeah, stand by. We're finding problems and issues. Yeah, so mash goes in just like normal. And we prioritize the mash for the bioflux, just like we always do. Does any of that mash make it down the line? Some of it. Oh, but some of it's being used for plastic. No, but some of it makes it over here, so... There we go. Wow, why was that so difficult for it to get started? Nutrients? How am I not feeding enough nutrients into this thing? Yeah, we'll fix that right now. There we go. Constant nutrients now. Oh, that helps too. It's been stacking up on spoilage, so I need to set filters for just the nutrients. Yeah, that was my issue. That was the issue. That's looking way cleaner now. Yeah, because as long as they're able to feed themselves, they will just constantly produce the copper bacteria. That's the whole idea. That's the whole point right there. So that's why we've been suffering on the copper end. We just haven't been able to fix that for some reason. Alright. More bioflux, because that is the life. That is the life of the factory. That is what keeps things rolling. Oh my word, we actually produced all that? What? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, maybe instead of this, I think we do this instead. Watch this, okay? We're just gonna split some of this like so. Just like that. We'll still request some of the copper cable that way, but I think this is the best way for us to handle feeding this. And we can just do... As we get speed modules, they'll just get inserted in. That's the idea. That's the dream now. And this keeps the belt nicely saturated with all of that. And then we can just remove all of the requests for copper cables out of the chests. And it is now belt fed with the most important piece that takes the most out of it there. And life is dreamy. Beautiful. Absolutely marvelous. Gorgeous, even. Let's see, how close are we? Not even halfway, come on. Am I making low density? No. Well, that's another one we need to fix then. And that takes some pretty simple stuff, so we'll just do... Let's see, how much does it take of each? Largely copper plates. Then I want some steel and some plastic. So I think we'll go right here. With 3 of these. We'll just set low density structures as such, and then we're just gonna set the requests, but remove the copper bit. Because that will just be pulled in a fashion such as that. And simple as that. And let's do like 1 row of each there. Alright, we do allow productivity modules as well. So we'll probably do... Whoa. I meant to do more like... More like that. Actually, you know what? You know what? No. No. Let's do it all. Let's do it all, because it doesn't need to be necessarily fast. We just want to make as much as we can out of it. Then that allows the copper plates to continue to go down that way. I like that. It doesn't need to be fast, it just needs to produce a lot. That's what I'm going to stick with there. Yeah, because we had some low density structure on hand, we just didn't have a constant source of it, so we've got that now. Now we come down here. Red circuits are being produced constantly. Going towards a few things, apparently. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Because a lot of stuff does want the red circuits, so... Okay. A lot of pain and suffering going on, but it's working. It's going. Yeah, because the big thing right now is pretty much once this is done, I'll just do like 50. It should be fine. Once this is done, actually producing the main stuff that's needed, it's going to be pretty easy for it to replace all the rocket pieces and all that. That's the big thing, is just going to be the rocket pieces right now. So nothing that I'm necessarily worried about right now, but just have to kind of understand that here in the beginning it is going to be a bit of a challenge to keep it constant. Let's see. Okay, I need to come in and help resolve some of this. Because what's happening right now that's a huge problem that I didn't anticipate originally, but I really should have, is that this copper bacteria is not really being allowed to feed in like it should. So I need to take some of it like this so that it can actually feed itself. That will actually increase the amount coming through. And then over here, I think we just need to do something like this where we prioritize the right. There we go. That'll stop it from clogging up unnecessarily, is the idea. That should ultimately fix the issue of feeding the copper bacteria through. Which will then result in more copper flow coming through, which will then result in everything else being built faster. And that rocket's almost done, so it's time for us to let this do its thing, because this is going to be us actually trusting the system to do its thing. And I'll allow this to be put in the network. Oops. I have to turn off my logistic requests there. Okay. Off to space. There you go. Okay. Half-bearded fellow. Hurtful. Very hurtful. But hello to you too as well. Hello to you too as well. Oh, my neck. Owie. Okay. Let's go fix Vulcanus. How's Gleba? Stable. Stable. Finally got it to where I could build Rocket Solid to get off, so I can go fix Vulcanus, and then we'll see if it's able to survive that entire time. Let's see, so I need to go over to Vulcanus, and I'll just do this. Need to fix Volgora? Yeah. So Vulcanus isn't too bad, I just ran out of calcite, and I didn't set any contingencies for if I ran out, so I have to go fix that now. So I have to go fix that, then I think I have to go to Novice and change a couple things. Because right now it's dormant, but it is making like some space platform foundations, just not very quickly. Not very quickly. Gonna farm calcite from space soon. I've kind of debated on that as well. But for now, I do have these nice calcite patches here. So for Vulcanus, I'm thinking I'll just centralize and I don't know if I want to do one long belt. I'll probably just send a train just to drop little spots and probably just feed it right here where it was already feeding in. At this rate was totally fine for it, so I haven't upgraded it. But I think for other places, I'm definitely just gonna do space calcite farm. We'll see though. Okay, pause. Pause, pause, pause. And let's drop. Green or nothing, I know, right? Not yet, though. Not yet. In time. I was green or nothing on everything else, but calcite, honestly, you don't really need, like, hardly any of it. Like, the amounts are so abysmally low. Well, not abysmally, they're so wonderfully low, I should say. Oh, shoot. I'm still human. But speed. Yeah, it's true. Everything else is green. I take comfort in that, at least. Let's see. Okay, here's my other stuff. So I'll use this to do my thing here. I don't have my Spidertron here. That's okay. We can live on foot for now. Did I put the Spidertron on this ship? Or is it still on this one? Still on this one. Ooh, it is here. Come to me, my child. We ride. I only have the one Spidertron right now because I couldn't be bothered, like, mass producing them just yet. In time. I'll set up something to mass produce a bunch, then get every planet to have just an army of Spidertrons. Then I don't have to walk around as much. Come, my child. The Fulgor sword you're using? Yeah, sure. Hold on a second. Let me just come down here. I'll get this set to rip up this patch. And then we'll go look. Okay, let's see. So I want to... Yeah, I still want power to go down there. So let's just quickly route... Yeah, like that. Alright, and then I can just safely... Well, I don't want to do cliffs. Ah, whatever. What's a few cliffs between friends, right? Then we'll just snip it up to that point. Okay. So, Fulgora, this isn't the version I was talking about originally, by the way. But essentially what I'm doing right now is, so there's one process that does like the main deal. You can see I have it circuit controlled to shut off based on certain conditions. And then it switches over to doing just straight quality manufacturing. So right now it's just doing basically enough to get anything above uncommon stored up. Then, later, I was going to do this when I had rare. Later, what will happen is we'll actually take all this that's being stored, and instead of it just being provided to the network right now, it'll then turn off all this. We'll clean off the belts, and then once the belts are clean, we then send all of the uncommon stuff back in to try to roll at a higher chance to get this stuff, right? So the idea for this comes from this concept. Let me show you here. I'll have to get... I have to pull up the Factorio wiki real quick here. So I think if I go to the quality modules, we go to quality. There's a couple of tables here. Oh, let me see if I can find the one. Okay, yeah, so you can see these ones in particular. If you look at the input-output stuff, and I can't hear myself think over that, let me just zoom out a bit, okay? Alright, if we look here at the quality research and all that, right? So you can see here, particularly down here with the inputs, you can see that with two of these quality module 2s, 96% chance is just going to be like the common. Then it's going to go 3.6 for the uncommon, and then 0.4 for rare, right? But then as you get to higher ones, so you get a 10% quality, right? 90% is going to be uncommon, 9%, well, 9% common, 9% uncommon, 0.9 for the rare, 0.09 for epic, and then 0.01 for legendary. But if you roll in the uncommon ones, you get 90% of that will come out as uncommon, 9% become rare, and then epic and such. And so you can see how it kind of trickles down on the table here. So the idea is that you use that higher percentage to get a big, better the item in, better item out. Exactly. So you use that percentage to get more of that uncommon built up, so that then you can get higher chances that even just the blue is better, like so much better. So if you start the process at green, then this becomes so much better, right? It becomes so much better, and you can do this in recycling. You can do this in manufacturing. You can do this in in manufacturing up and then recycling down. There's all kinds of ways that we could apply this, right? So the idea here, and you can kind of see a little bit here, I've been making a couple things in uncommon quality. These are meant to go on spaceships. But I can now take these that have built up a little bit, I could actually recycle them back down. So, now I'm just going to say it makes so much sense. So, yeah. So like I said, it's not difficult. It's not difficult once you kind of see what I mean. So, what I was then referring to was with the circuit controls where you do set reset latches. Essentially, you do one latch that has a set signal that sets when the uncommon items here reach a certain amount. So like here we have so much steel sitting here, right? So much steel sitting here. I could then set something to say, hey, I have all the steel. Let's turn off all this scrap and let's switch to sending all the steel back through and just burning through it to get rare steel, right? To bump up our rare steel numbers in that. You can then have a set reset signal for all of these things, and then while that one signal's set, it ignores all the other signals, goes through, then it'll hit the reset, which is to send the common stuff back in. Then when another thing sets the signal, it does the same thing, but then it sends that specific item through. But that's later. I didn't want to set that up until I had all the other stuff. Nice? Yeah. It will be nice. When we get to that point. But right now, we're not doing that. Because again, that's just kind of it's a quality of life thing. It's not a necessity. You have just bots moving the uncommon out? For now, yeah. For now. So, right now, the idea is that these just kind of build up, and then the basic implementation is if this can't fill this up, if this gets full, and it sits on the belt, I'll then take whatever's on this belt that's overfilling it, and I'm just gonna spit it back out, right? I'll just go ahead and send it in as like a pseudo idea of what I'm planning to do later. A much more inefficient way of doing it, but this way I have some of the uncommon materials that I need in order to make some of this other stuff. All the inserters are interesting. Yeah. So that's the thing is, the inserters are all basically set based on constant signals here. And this is just going off of kind of what I'm looking for. They're then indexed. They're indexing the signals. And this is all based on what the actual scrap outputs. So because it knows what the scrap outputs, I'm then able to separate it based on all the quality bits. And then I can say, hey, I want to take all of this other stuff and just spit it back out. Like holmium, I don't need high quality holmium, I don't need high quality stone, I'm not looking for that. I don't need high quality ice, none of that stuff. I'm not looking for high quality copper cable. I actually want to send the copper cable back in for a chance to get higher quality copper plates. And then anything that's common, I'm just sending right back through until I get bare minimum of uncommon. So let's rip it all down, start over. And you know what? That's fine. You can do that. Nothing wrong with that. What do you do with the better quality holmium? I delete it. That's what I do. I just get rid of it. Because better quality holmium means nothing to me. I don't need it. There's no reason for me to keep it. So I just send it back into the recycler in order to free up space for the stuff that I actually want. That's it. Very simple. Okay, let's see. Let's go with the... Let's go with this 7.6 one, and then we'll feed everything to the train station there. So recycle it. Yep, that's what I do. Just because, if I recall, there was something I noticed in the holmium thing. So you can see here, it's got, like, the holmium ore. There's no actual stats for what happens with it being, like, you know, certain rarities of quality that you go to the holmium solution. There's no stats there either. And I don't know about you, I don't really think there's a way to get, like, higher quality water. So it might be something that you could make higher quality holmium plates. But the issue with the higher quality holmium plates is that you need everything else to be of a higher quality as well. The solution doesn't have a higher quality, exactly, yeah. So, in theory, you don't need higher quality holmium, really, for the solution, right? So, I mean, I guess you could do something that would take higher quality stone, grab that, put it in, then you could get a little bit extra holmium, but it's not worth it to me. I'm making more than enough holmium by just getting rid of the higher quality holmium stuff, right? So, it's also one of the drawbacks I've found with doing quality from the scrap level. In theory, it seems like a good idea, but it's got a lot of hassles with it that I'm not necessarily happy with, right? So my thought process in the future, when I do like another run and all that too, don't do quality at this level. I'm doing it now just because I'm already in it. Basically the same quality stone, melting it down to solution. Yeah, that's fine. But like I said, I have more than enough of the solution that I'm not worrying about it, so I just ignore it, basically. And that's not technically efficient, but that's okay. So later what I'd like to do is, instead of quality at the scrap level, I just do the normal at the scrap. I take these pieces and I make high ingredient items, right? So let's say, for example, what would be good? I mean, like, assemblers would be a good place to start, because they use machines and they use speed modules, so I could kind of knock it down, and I could get higher quality stuff going from, like, assembly machine 3s down, and things like that, right? Other things like cargo bays would be a good one to go for. So things that have, like, you build them up really high and then recycle them down in a chain is the way that I would prefer to do it, so. But I also don't have the time to do that, or else I'd be stuck on this first space run forever. So trying to do this in a way that I can just move on with life is the idea. So, alright, let's come over here. Ooh, barely. So I need to get one of these mines operational for the time being. And then we can worry about the rest of it. At least mostly operational, I should say. Thanks for explaining. Yeah, of course, no problem. Always happy to help. All day, every day. And like I said, I don't have like a good example to show right now of that implementation, but the idea is there. Oh, I appreciate the lurk. Thank you very much. Let's see, let's do like... Oops, not you. Okay, so we'll have these come down. Then we'll make a train station, I assume. that we'll just have go like this. It'll be pretty simple. Yep, so then we'll just put that there, and then the way that I envision this going is it would need to come over to here, where I'm just trying to avoid most of the hassle. So to speak. Oops, that's not right. Something like that, I think. Well, that I don't want to do. That just looks ugly. Let's do... Yeah, okay. So I actually don't want to go all the way there. I'd actually like to do this. Yeah. And then just... stop over there. Okay. This is going to rely on a couple of things here. Namely, hopefully we have enough rails in the system for this. Because that's going to be our biggest issue, is if we don't have the rails for this, we're going to be in an interesting situation. But I would imagine we do have enough. Why do these games suck so much time from our lives? You know, it's because they're so good. It's because they're so good. They're so much better than reality in a lot of cases. Such beautiful, sweet escapes. At least for me. That's my excuse. And for me, Factorio, it appeals to, like, my programming love that I like. But it also appeals to, like, so many other things as well. I don't know. There's just a lot going for Factorio for me that I just love. Okay, it's weird that was still there, but that's okay. Also, Spider. Spider. The next step is just so much more intense. We keep coming back for more. I know, right? And I realize a lot of the games that I like have that same formula almost. It's not always like factory building either. It's like just games that have a certain level of intensity to them that it doesn't ever get easier, it just gets more and more intense. Every step that you go, you just get more and more sucked into it. That's not what I meant. I wanted the calcite. It's actually one of the reasons I really like games like Escape from Tarkov, right? Where it's the extraction shooter survival thing. It doesn't ever really get, well, it's not supposed to get easier. Recently it's gotten pretty lamely easy in some ways, but it's supposed to be that even though you get more stuff and all that, you don't ever feel really safe. And I like that. I really like that. It's also why DayZ appeals to me. Even though DayZ, I haven't had a lot of action in it necessarily right now, I never truly feel complacent. I don't feel safe in it. I always feel on edge. I always feel like someone's watching me, right? That if I make the slightest mistake, someone's gonna catch me on it, right? Someone's gonna call me out on it. And then I'm gonna lose everything. And I really like that. Call me weird. Call me weird, but I like that. This train is in my way. Can you, like, make some room, please, so that I can deal with this guy? Thank you. Not that Fortnite compares to either of those games. Never feel like I have enough ammo or enough weapons. No, but see, so I don't play Fortnite a lot myself, but Fortnite is a fantastic comparison in the end. Really. Because it's the same thing. You drop into a match, you start with nothing, right? Every single time you're going to start with nothing. And if you mess up and you die, you get to go and do that again. Starting from the beginning. Because I didn't play a whole lot of Fortnite. I played some. But back in the day, it was more of a PUBG is what I would do, right? And it was a very similar process, very similar mentality. Of that, you know, drop in, you start with nothing, you get stuff. Any tiny mistake you make could be your last one. I don't like PUBG. And yeah, that's fine. I don't like PUBG now. Because it got riddled with hackers and stuff. And was just not fun to play after a bit. I don't know. It sucks. In my eyes, it sucks. Just because of that, but hey. I think the thing for me with Fortnite was, at the time I was playing, I wanted to feel more like I was in a realistic survival scenario, and PUBG was the closest thing that I could get to that. Now it's like, shoot, if I'm gonna play a game like that, I might as well just go play frickin' Warzone, but even Warzone is just terrible. And I have no shame in saying that, it's just awful. I think it's about right there, huh? Let's see. Because one of the biggest things for me is I don't like games that are too easy. That's just not fun. Easy games don't appeal to me. How's Choo Choo? Oh, Choo Choo's coming. I had to come back because I ran out of calcite. I ran out of calcite. I feel real dumb. Because I could have prevented this like hours ago, and I did not. You have 102 subs? Yeah, I'm really shocked. There's been a lot of really friendly people recently, and it's been probably one of the greatest Christmases of my life. A lot of diehard config. Yeah, and I was never really a diehard Call of Duty fan. I was more of a Battlefield kid. And yowzers, Battlefield freaking stabbed me in the jugular with the 2042. I could not deal with that anymore. That's huge. Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm really shocked, and I can't express my thanks enough. Friday wasn't nearly enough of a expression, even though I did suffer the entire time. And thank you for that. Thank you all for that. Let me tell you what, that's the first time I've ever done 24-hour. Children, cover your ears. That beat the shit out of me. That absolutely dumpstered me. Let's see, drop, and I want to pick up. This is just gonna be simple. It's just empty cargo and full cargo. No, not and in the literal sense. 24 hours are hard, yeah. Ooh, it was worth it though, just to experience it. Like, I learned a lot from it. Some people were asking for what I would change about it. I've already got a few ideas with it, but oh, don't leave yet, because I need the drills, the big drills. Because that's one of the things that I was missing, was having the big mining drills to make sure that lasted as long as possible. Give me those. You can take those, good sir. Thank you very much. Sorry I missed so much of it. No, you're good. Like I said, that's one of the things I kind of regretted, was trying to give myself more time to allow a day that would let more people participate in more of it, right? So that was kind of a victim of circumstance type of thing. I would actually like to do it again one of these times and try to incorporate more like community games and stuff, and like, you know, playing with other people I think would be a blast. Sudsy had suggested doing a like community Factorio bit of it, which I was really happy thinking about it, and we were gonna try to do it. It didn't end up like happening, but that's okay. Next time. That'd be fun. Yeah, and it was just gonna be a simple like you know, doing like, I don't know, achievement hunting type of thing. Not really going for doing a full playthrough necessarily, but like, you know, doing a couple of achievements here and there. Supernatural Navigator. Okay. Enjoy Supernatural. Close enough. Oh. Bad. Bad train. No. Put that back. You put that back right now. Okay, so that will bring power over. So now, well, I'll just take the Spidertron over, and we'll set that back up. Because then I can just slowly walk around and make sure I get the power lines on. But yeah, overall, like, it went pretty well, went pretty decent. I was pretty happy with it. I couldn't think of anything else to do as, like, a thank you for everybody, and like I said, I put up the option hoping that people wouldn't pick it. People did, and I was really nervous on the days leading up to it. But I'm really happy that we did it. In the end, I'm really happy we did it. I have to cut that out a little bit. Okay, did I bring inserters? Kinda. Yeesh. Gotta rethink that one. That's okay. That's okay, as long as we're getting something through. And like I said, I know I still have a lot to learn when it comes to doing this stuff. I'm still trying to improve every day, but I've felt... So I've kind of mentioned this before, and I'm probably going to beat this into the dirt, but you guys all showed up and like really brightened my time doing this at a time when some stuff that I normally enjoy has been just kind of falling apart. So it's been very nice. It's given me a lot more hope, a lot more confidence, and I really appreciate you guys a lot. Like, a lot more than I could ever say. So, thank you. Thank you again. Nice, yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's been a difficult couple of months for just a huge variety of reasons, but you guys have made it so much better. Just monstrously so much better. There you go, I'll use a couple of green belts on that one. That's fine. I just want to get this I want to get this rolling now. Probably do. DJ just had to say something. There we go. Now I'm caving. I'm giving in. Ah, what have I done? Oh, that's a good thing. No, we did it. We're good. We're good. If yours in real life, then it's almost worth the headache of streaming. Yeah, it's true. And it has been so helpful. I kid you not. It has been one of the greatest things I've ever committed to. I didn't always feel that way, but I feel that way now, for sure. Yeah. And see, that's something that I haven't heard a whole lot of, so it's really nice to hear that. Especially because you get to learn so much from other people who've had different life challenges and struggles, you know, and different situations. It's really nice. Really nice to have. Alright, we fixed that headache at last. Things are now moving again. Vulcanus has life once more. Alright, let's see. So one of the things that we had an issue with is these utility science packs are not getting made very quickly. I need to work on that a bit. Let's see, it's 2148. Okay. Not bad. Yeah, it's been... Yeah, past couple months have been very, very positive. Very positive at a time that I really needed that positivity, so... Oh. Excuse me. Oh, and this week I do have more than just Factorio to do. Because next week is Christmas, and I, of course, have not finished the gifts that I'm making. So, one of these nights you might see me working on that a little bit. Because I got the majority done with it. Now I just need to design... Well, alter the design for the individual person book on the spine. What are you making? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Give me a second here to blow my nose so I'm not dying. Oh, gee. That was a bad one. Okay, I can breathe again. So, I've shown this before, but it's essentially this. It's a 3D printed hidden book storage, right? So, right there I made a custom book cover. This one's for my father. Breathing's overrated, it's true. So this one's for my father, where I've got it designed where there's panels in the front and the back, so I can give like a book cover thing. I designed this with him in mind. So it's a title that reflects on his life a bit. He also really likes fishing. I love fishing too. So I tried to give a very nice, picturesque, you know, fishing in a boat deal. I then put him as the author, and I gave like a big title and then a small like subtitle underneath it. I also experimented with making the shelf in it. You might be able to see, kind of look like pages running across there. And then I put like kind of little spine bumps. Don't know if you can really see right there. And then it's got it kind of engraved in it. Yeah, there you can see it a little bit. You can see there's a little symbol there, little fishing hook symbol. It's got the title, and then it's got him as the author right there. And like I said, it's not huge. It's just going to hold, like, a few things. So, for example, I could put... let's see. I could put, like, a little notebook like that. That'll fit in there pretty nicely. Little, like, papers and stuff. Bookmarks is another one I was thinking of. Neat as that? Yeah. So, the finished gift is going to include the actual shelf. Oh my gosh. Now I can't line this up. There we go. It's going to include this whole thing. Each one will have a custom book cover tailored to the specific individual. There's also going to be on the back like a stylized quote from the book, which is just going to be either a quote I remember them saying in life that I kind of tailor a bit to fit their style. So my father and I really like Tolkien. So the idea is I'm going to make a quote from his life of a memory that we share, and it's going to be in the style of Tolkien, kind of like I'm thinking either it's going to be a poem, like a song, like Tolkien likes to do, or it's just going to be kind of with the way that he phrases things, as if it's like a wistful memory, but it's going to be my father, like his perspective. I'm going to try to like paint it that way. And then for my father, they're all going to have like a handwritten note that comes in here as well. And then I've got some anodized aluminum cards I'm going to laser engrave. His is going to be a coupon for like an all expenses, one free companion for a fishing trip. You bring the boat, and it's going to have like number of redeems. It's going to be like an infinity symbol. Just a clever little fun gag gift, but also saying like, hey, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, let's go fishing type of thing. So yeah, that's the general premise of the gift. They're going to be I've got 3 people I'm giving gifts. One's my mom, one's my mother. Well, yeah, father, mother, and then one of my aunts. I would do it for my wife, except I've got a different idea for my wife. It might have to happen after Christmas. I told her this, but I asked her what she wanted because I wanted to make something for people, because I feel like that means more than just going and trying to find something that they could buy on their own, right? So she has this one idea, and I haven't designed it yet, but we might do that on stream, do a little bit of design for it, because it's going to be clever, it's going to be fun. So we'll see. We'll see if we do that. I don't know if that's something people would like to witness. I know Crazy mentioned he wanted to try doing like a little bit of leatherworking on stream, and I told him like, without a doubt, I would watch that because I love creating, I love leatherworking, I love woodworking, like anything that he wanted to put on like that, like I'm there, I'm sold. And I've also mentioned that I'd be happy to like help other people do stuff like that as well, so. You've done beaded jewelry? Really? Really? That's awesome. I've never thought about that. I'm not interested in jewelry myself yet, but I have gotten into like knife making and stuff, so down the line I might get down into like doing some jewelry stuff. Great way to take time to chat with your viewers. Yeah, I like that. Because one thing that I did before, I don't have it here, but we took a Raspberry Pi, we assembled it from the box and all that, and then I did all the setup work and all that to make a Minecraft server, and then we deployed it, and I allowed people to play on it whenever they wanted. I just hosted it here in my house, you know, just a little local server that I then routed and made it open to the internet with like specific permissions and that, and I isolated it so that nothing could happen on my network necessarily. But yeah, it was a blast to do that. I kind of wish I had the money to do that stuff all the time, but but hey, we do what we can when we can. So I have had the thought to do some microcontroller stuff, but that's one that I'm still deep in the learning process on that. I don't think people want to see that, so. Okay, what are we missing here? Is it just the blue chips? I think it's just the blue chips. But yeah, I love that kind of stuff. We did do, for a time, we were assembling the new CNC router. I don't know if people remember. You guys, actually, none of you guys are going to remember that. There's only a few here that'll remember that. It happened earlier this year. I think it was around... Oh, shoot, when was it? I think it was back in... I want to say June. Maybe May? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I can find the documentation on that. Stand by just a moment. Maybe, if I'm signed in. No, I'm not signed in. I'm gonna try signing in. Do I remember my password? Probably not. B2H2. Alt slot. Oh, Bitwarden got super cool. What the heck? Oh, haha. I have my Amazon thing saved. Flame nudge. I don't want the nudge. Get out of here. Ah, well. Anyway, it was sometime like in the summer. You'd be surprised maybe other people who are learning the same way you are. That's true. That's true. I know some people might enjoy seeing that learning process, because I did something similar to that. What was the game? There was a certain game I played that had like a learning curve. I was showing people how to... Because one of the things I do is I play a huge variety of games, and I have a process for learning games. Dang it, what was the game? It was fascinating. What was it? It was another, like, management game. It's gone. Norland! That's what it was. That's what it was. I haven't updated it in a bit. Here, let me show you here. It was this game. Super fascinating game, by the way. So one of the things that people were struggling with on it at the time... So you have your settlement that you manage, right? All well and good. That's pretty typical stuff. Very similar to, like, RimWorld. You have other kingdoms, you know, that you interact with. Very simple stuff, you know, alliances, relationships, and all that. The thing that was tripping people up the most is that it was a more true economy where you have a kingdom. You have your currency that you pay your villagers, your workers, and all that, and then they purchase goods from you. So you have a flow where you're paying people, and then the wages go back towards you. There's a flow. You have to balance how much do you give the people, and how wealthy do you make the people, and then how much money do you keep for yourself, and then how much money do you send out for traders to foreign powers, and then what sort of goods do you send out in order to get money in to your specific kingdom. Super fascinating subject, by the way. Like, an actual economy is super good. I've been waiting on it a bit because they were doing an overhaul, which they have done, but then Space Age came out, so that's what we've been doing. So I've been meaning to go back to this to kind of revisit it and reapproach the problem with a new mentality, right? But it was something very unique that you don't see very often people having to deal with in games. Extremely fascinating. So, anyway, we solved the initial step of the calcite problem. Now comes the tricky bit. I need to get more of those big mining drills, but something was missing. We didn't have a whole lot in storage for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why that was the case. Oh, come on. Oh, come off it. Stand the frick by. Hey. What's going on there? I got like a notification from my browser. I don't know where it came from. Which means it's probably not important. Right? Right. Oh, holy moly. Yeah, give me those. Oh, holy moly. There we go. All of that's great content. Yeah, so For me, it's not the patience. I would love to do YouTube. I've done a little bit of YouTube already in the past. I want to do YouTube so bad. The issue right now is just having the time to do it. I'm working towards that, getting the time. One of my goals for this next year is to have, you know, more time to spend on the YouTube end of it, right? Especially because there's been such a great amount of success recently with live streaming and that. I feel really confident about next year and trying to go down the YouTube route. So that's a struggle for me. I don't like being completely clueless on stuff. But that's something I could work on. Because I do like learning, but I don't like being completely... what? Completely, like, out of my depth on stuff. Which is something that's just normal to do. Nothing wrong with throwing views look great. There are some things you really want to properly produce, then it takes time. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Now, so how to stream? I don't know. I don't know. You guys, all of you have found me, and you all seem to have a pretty good grasp of what you're doing, so I've been doing my best to try to learn from you all. You know, like, in a positive way, not trying to, like, I'm going to steal your secrets, you know, like a super awesome secret villain type of thing. I mean, that would be pretty badass, but I'm not badass, so I'm quite the opposite. Do some of that, yeah, okay. That's 7.6 million, that will last for a little bit. Been doing it for 3.5 years, haven't changed too much since I started. Hey, shoot! You got a system. You got what feels good for you. Maybe you don't need to change. You stream a lot less. Oh, and I think that's understandable. You know, life circumstances change and all that. I get that. Yeah, okay. Oh, there's not a super clean way to do this one, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm just have to bust that down. And this one will probably just go right there like that. Ooh, we require more material. Run. But yeah, I understand that. Because I've been streaming for a few years as well, but this is the first time I've actually tried to take it seriously, was this last year, like, truly seriously, because I tried the YouTube stuff, but it was in the midst of, like, working a full-time job as well, and while trying to work on a basement. That just doesn't pan out. But now, like, since I've been, because my wife saved me from from working at the prison, which has been really nice, and she does let me stream, which is really awesome of her, and I try my best to make sure that the house is excessively tidy when I can. I've been pretty bad about it recently, but she understands as well. There's been a lot of life changes, so it's a little bit. I was able to mod a streaming channel full-time Monday through Friday to having to pencil in pee breaks. Ooh, pencil in those? Really? That's crazy. Think you're doing great? Well, thank you, Phoenix. Thank you. Man, you have to pencil in just little bathroom breaks. That sucks. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh my goodness. Doing the splits on that one. Work went insane for about a year. Was that a positive insane, or was it like, oh, there was some really, like, wicked stuff going on? You know what I mean? Surprisingly, it's all good. Exaggerate slightly. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I understand that, but, like, at the same time, I worked in an environment for a while that hearing that does not actually surprise me all that much. So I could totally see something like that happening. Ooh, I got a great idea here. So we're just gonna go... We're gonna go like so, yeah? I'm gonna come up here. So this will then just feed in. On that side. This will come up here. This will go there. This will go there. Digital marketing in our department had always been a consideration after the fact when setting up marketing campaigns. But of course. But of course. Isn't that just the way it's supposed to go? Alright, let's see. We do prioritizing like so. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, then we'll just go. Something like that. Move kind of man off the chain, be included in every strategy call. A 900% increase in workload. Woo! Holy moly. Yeah, that would definitely suck. I do not envy that. That's crazy. I'm sure you were able to adjust to it and adapt, you know, improvise, overcome. There we go. I wanted this to actually go. Something like that. Come on. Okay. Let's go get that stuff. I'm the project manager for the web dev team. It was absolutely insane. Throughout the year, we'll have 40 to 60 active projects in production. It drains the brain. Yeah, I believe it. Oh my goodness. I 100% believe that. You seem to handle it pretty well, though. I mean, like, from what I've seen of you, you seem like, you know, pretty chipper for the most part about it all. Like, it doesn't... Well, I mean, I guess I saw you mostly with Christmas break. Well, not Christmas break, but your holiday vacation that you were taking. So, maybe that's not the usual level of energy you've got, but I don't know. You just seemed very high-spirited as a person, which I think is a positive thing. Put it this way, I'm ready. Slap it down for me. Just gonna crawl my happy little butt over here. Been with the company for 13 and a half years, and I'm on my 11th as manager. Outlasted all the rest. I like that. You're just too hard to get rid of, huh? You're too stubborn to die. That's something that I used to say about my grandpa all the time. He didn't really appreciate it for most of the time I would say it, but eventually he started to really like it. Eventually. My other grandpa, oh, he loves it when I say that stuff all the time. He loves that. He thinks that's the most hilarious compliment you can give someone. Current and previous managers know how to manage me, know how to manage the work I do. Oh, good. That's very good. It's always good to have people that, like, know how to work with you and that you like working with, so... I respect that. Oh shoot, I need prod mods. I need to go grab some of those, because I don't have any on me. That'll make these last way longer if I just slap some prod mods on them. I didn't have that before mid-2021. Previous 9. Better to me, all has been coming home to roost, just how little they know. Yeah... That's something that I've always thought was fascinating. Well, annoying. So, I'm not sure if I've talked about this before, but I used to work in a correctional facility as a corrections officer. I did some time on night shifts, I did some time during the day. I was actually on my way to promoting to a case manager before, at the time that I was leaving. And I ended up not taking the case manager position, because a lot of my issues were... A lot of the chain of command issues actually boil down to their way or the highway type of thing, and unfortunately, the general consensus was kind of steering towards a recidivism-minded thing, which is normally not a bad thing, but they were doing it at the cost of security, which I 100% did not agree with, and... Yeah, one of the things that really set me off, though, was that I left for paternity leave with my second child. And I'd been gone for... Was it 6 weeks that I did? I think it was 6 weeks I did. It was a long time. It was a very long time to be away. And they had a couple people doing my job, and I had taught people how to do my job, and I said, hey, this is the most important critical stuff. I will do the rest of it when I get back. These are the things that need to be done every single week, right? So I do that. Day 1 of me coming back, I'm working on getting all that done. You know, I have buckets upon buckets of, like, paperwork that I have to get done. Well, day 2 of me being back, I'm working on that paperwork that I'd filed and organized in a way that I could attack it and approach it as efficiently as possible. Second day, I'm working on it, and the sergeant for that day basically pulls me aside, opens up with, oh yeah, how's your kid doing in that? And that lasted like 2 minutes, and then he went straight into, you've been sandbagging, and we really need you to pick up the pace here. As I tried to explain the nature of what my position was and what I needed to do, and he was complaining I didn't go and participate in a cell search. And I said, 1, I had no idea you were doing the cell search, you didn't inform me. And I was sitting in an office that couldn't see any of that. 2, even if, you had informed me, I would have informed you, I can come do it, but it will be at the cost of this, and I need you to understand that. I was willing to do it, and I said that to him. And it caused a whole drama thing that basically I got shafted on it. And yeah, I ended up starting to get stacked more and more responsibility. I had responsibility creep coming on. And I didn't really have anyone fighting for me at that point for some reason, because I couldn't get anyone on that specific squad to really help me out. The other squad, X squad is what we called it, way better. Way better. I loved working on those days. O Squad days, horrendous. It was just horrendous. The people that I liked on O Squad were nowhere near my unit, unfortunately, so... Yeah. Bad days. Everything's a priority, so what do you do first? Everything. Yeah, exactly. And one of the complaints he had, this is the one that still baffles me, even years after being away, is he said, we had relief staff doing your job, and they were still able to help. I was like, and I retorted to him, you had relief staff that were doing 10% of my job as a hold action, and they were acting like relief pool. They were not acting like the actual officer in charge of commissary, the officer in charge of education on the unit, nor were they doing any of the actual talking and the medium for the case managers working on that unit as well. They didn't do any of that. They didn't step in as the actual role. Exactly, yeah, exactly. They didn't do 90% of what the role actually requires. They were just an extra set of hands, and they're like, oh, wow, it's so nice that we had another set of hands so that we could, you know, have people do controlled moves and all that better. It's like, yes, normally that is a good thing, and normally I do that. But in the time I was gone, they apparently forgot that. So, I don't know. It still irks me to this day. And I shouldn't let it get to me, but it still gets to me. And so my mental health was taking a huge decline with all that, like, constant negativity, because I was already dealing with inmates and all their woes and problems, their complaints to me, and nothing but positive was coming from that. I was then dealing with chain of command on the issues that a specific sergeant had with me. The other sergeant didn't have problems with me, but this one did. The case managers loved me and liked what I was doing. But because of this one guy, he apparently had enough political influence in terms of, like, you know, who he knew, that he pretty much made my life a living hell. So, it was great. Had that as well, now we're all each other's backup as best we can. Yeah, well. Like I said, it was a different place, different time. If I had to go back and work in that place, I probably could. I'd prefer not to, but I would approach it differently for sure. But you see my web developer left in May. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, I get that. Only other person in the department that could do the websites, that was me. I was the project manager. Yeesh. And overseeing an analyst. Ooh, man. Yeah, so you had some real hardcore responsibility creep with that one. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Ooh boy, there's even more here. Slurp. 13 to 14 active projects in production. Woo! Busy, busy, busy. Probably about as busy as you could be, huh? Where's the belts? Here's the belts again. Okay, that's not the proper levels of speed that I expect. Let's fix that. That's much better. That's much better. Much better, I like that. There we go. They wouldn't allow me to assign work to our vendor, and they wouldn't open up the purse strings for a proper salary for a new developer. Yeah. Oh my gosh. See, a lot of my issues also came from it being like government work, and it was state government too, so that made it even better with a lot of the stuff where it's like, yeah, you know, we could do stuff, but we could fix it, but so that's great. And I know that like private sector stuff can get equally as frustrating, so I understand that. New division trying to launch a mega perks program. Principal of that division was married to one of the marketing managers. Oh. Well, that sounds like a recipe for disaster. I can't think of a time that a situation like that's ever turned out okay. There we go. If we just add a whole lot of that junk there. That should last, hopefully, forever. 7.6. So that gives us like 11 million off of that one alone. Spending hours and hours and hours with the CRM provider to map fields, the contact forms. I think it really put a crimp into the rest of my schedule of time zones. That's fair. I could see that having a negative effect. in a few specific ways and non-specific ways. Let's see, it's gonna go. And try to kind of limit how many of these I've got, but maybe we go here. There. Ooh, not quite enough to cover that, so we'll just go one more up on that, I think. And then... add just a little bit right there, and that'll be okay. Wound up falling behind some of the work I was doing for the marketing manager. It kept telling me her husband's stuff was super important. Oh, yes. Tells me when I finish, she's like, do you need to step up your timelines because we're falling way behind? It's funny. It's almost like, yeah, you know, if someone's got too much to do and can't handle it all, maybe you should get more people if you have that much going on. Crazy thought, that. Outrageous, even. Said I have 13 projects. She came back with only 13. I have 40 I'm working on. Step it up. Oh, wow. Really pulled that card on you. That sucks. Made it into a whole pissing contest. Let's see, I think that covers that pretty well. Yes. Just let my offices close the pack on the time. Went to my boss, told him I was going home. I'd see him in the morning. Ooh. Ooh, you threw down. I like that. I like that a lot. That's fair. Knew it was something he should probably just leave alone. For the time being. Whoa. Okay, this is gonna be a lot of belts. I do realize that. Go something like that. Yeah, like that. Got home about 4:30 p.m. Closed every Blade Jumper list by 6 a.m. the next morning. I love that. That's awesome. Being by noon. I like that. That's a power play right there. I mean, because I feel like you proved your point with that, too. I know I'd be pretty pissed if someone told me to step up like that. Back at the desk by 9. Couldn't sleep. That's funny. Oh, I mean, you know, at least you showed that, like, you still cared, you know what I mean? Like, that's the way that I see it, at least, is you said you'd be in by noon, then you came in a little bit earlier. I think that's positive. I mean, maybe not the best for you, mentally speaking, but... Oh, come on. Alright. Get those picked up there. Gonna need a lot more of them there, red belts. I surmise. Hey, girly, thanks for getting me my stuff. I like that. Took the whole stance of, you need me, I don't need you, type of thing. I like that. That's a good way to phrase it too, though. Because, like, I mean, legitimately speaking, I feel like a lot of people that do that, I don't know if it's that they're necessarily... I don't know if it's, like, arrogance. I don't want to say that, but they get so tunnel visioned on what they're doing, they can't possibly think that anybody else could have a job nearly as difficult as theirs. You know what I mean? Oh, they tried to call you out on it. Ooh. Now that's juicy. That's rich. That's funny. Because, I mean, realistically, especially when you're in a position that you're doing that much for them, that is insane to me to think that they would truly believe, you know, that, like, I don't know, that you're coming out of that from some sort of a position of, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like they didn't deserve it type of thing, you know, like, they didn't have it coming. When I guess the machine became public and because they knew at that point they could no longer mess with me. Ooh. Juicy. Well, it must have worked out for you in the end, I would assume. I would assume the tale has a happy ending. Happy-ish. Wait, Gleba said... had a battery being damaged. Not one of those. Where then? Because these are still holding up. I don't know. We'll find out. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's, you just gotta do what you gotta do with that. I respect that. How many of these are there? About 170? Okay. I think we can get 170. I think that's feasible. Ooh, damn. Yeah, man, I do not envy you on that. It sucks that it got to that point. All over the place. Oh yeah. Okay. I can see that having an effect on it. Let's see. Can I slap those down there? That's 100. I need like 70 more. Gonna sit here, wait for a bit for it to build up what I want. Yeah, but good on you, though. Good on you for sticking to your guns. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't normally do that. In 2019, my then manager was replaced with another manager who stripped me of all authority and responsibility. Oh. 18 months just collecting a paycheck. Damn. That had to have sucked. I mean, like, yeah, you're getting the money and all that, but man, that must have been boring. wasn't raised that way. No, I 100% agree with that. Like, that's no way to work. Like, no one could really enjoy that, I feel like. I mean, maybe some people could, I don't know, but that's not me. So, I feel you on that. I understand you. Alright, it's almost done here. Grab a couple extra there, okay. Run it down. Started 2018, got hit with COVID in 2020. All good being able to work from home, not have to deal with the drive and the people all day. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's true. That timing does line up with that pretty nicely. Man, sometimes I kind of forget that COVID even happened. Just so weird, you know what I mean? It's funny too because the prison was like hardcore about keeping the disease down and all that for the longest time. We had all kinds of procedures that we had to follow for it. Nice, got it. Did I put down these? I did not. Trying to set this up so I don't have to come back and change anything for as long as possible. Okay, that is three of the patches done. Do I do the fourth one? Probably not. I probably don't need to. February 2021, moved to a new apartment. During the same 2 hours I was offline without internet. My phone blew up on that Thursday because that boss had been fired. He was my 9th manager. Wow. Man. That is quite the roller coaster to go down. That's interesting. Who was actually a coworker, knew the work me and my eventual new developer were doing, like she understood it. Right, well I feel like that's how management should be. It should come internal and come from somebody that understands what they're managing. At least that's just the way that I see it. I know it's not always 100% possible depending on situations, but 5 months between developers, by the way. 5 months? Really? Why the high turnover on developers? They should have a clue what they're managing. Yeah. Well, that's why I suggest like it comes from the department, like internally from the department they're managing. But yeah, at least have a basic understanding. Or at least take the time to ask the questions and learn. You know, get a little hands-on with it. Those are the best kind of leaders, are the ones that are willing to get their hands dirty. At least, you know, enough to understand what it is that you do so that they can better help you perform your task. But that doesn't seem to be a super common thought process for some reason. I hired a developer in 2017. He stayed for a year to build his resume, and then left in 2018. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Didn't get to hire a new dev until end of September. Okay, so you had a few months. You had a few months lag of that. That can happen, I understand that. Ooh, do I want to just rip up all that? Probably not. Let's see, I'm going to turn this off just so I can get things cohesively placed here. I think what I'm going to do here... I've got a great idea. We're going to go down the middle. Like so. Okay? Now hear me out on this. Go down the middle. Okay. Go as far as that. We're then gonna do this, I think. I'm gonna feed this down the line as such. And the same thing down here. No lag, because the work still had to get done. I was the only one. No. So I meant lag as in lag between having the appropriate staff on hand for the specific job. I didn't mean like lag as in the work lagged. I 100% understand. Yeah, that work is not about to lag anytime soon. Let's do... Yeah, just do this, and then... like that. Same thing here. Just gonna do... Yep, just like that. Sorely paid according to different salary guides. Entry-level devs were making over 60, and I was barely making 50. Yeah, see, and that's kind of one of the issues I've seen frequently with tech and software development. So, like, information technology and just development in general. It seems that the common trend is that in order to get your salary to actually increase, you're actually encouraged to job hop a lot. So you're not supposed to have company loyalty and all that, which is a very strange way to do it. But apparently that's like almost the intended design of it. It's weird. Very strange. Even went back to school in 2015 for a dev, just to prove I knew how to do what I said I had 15 years experience in. Right. Oh yeah, like, understandable. Because that just seems to be like the common practice, essentially. I've talked to a couple people like that, because I've thought about... Because I've done a little bit of freelance software development myself, but not like... Because I don't have the time to do full-time. So I just do like some little basic stuff on the side. When I get the time, I'll open up work and all that. But the general people I've talked to have agreed that, like, if you want to actually increase the salary and you're working for a company, you're supposed to hop companies. So, no, just very, very strange, very odd. To me, at least. I'm not used to that kind of mentality with it. Did I bring enough? I did not. We're gonna have to go get more. Throw down whatever I can here, I guess, before we go and get some more stuff. I was gonna bad if you're just making lateral jumps, you may as well stay put. Yeah, and I think that's the issue with it is, if you're not doing it the right way, you end up just kinda shooting yourself in the foot. So you have to do it tactically. You can't just do it willy-nilly. Is that, yeah. So I understand that. It's just, I don't know, I'm so used to like the mentality of you work somewhere and then you try to like work within that area in order to have upward mobility. But I also understand that times change too. And I'm not exactly super familiar with like various careers in that specific sense, so you're for them to be retired. Yeah, like you pick a job that you want to do, and then whoever you've like kind of threw your hat in with, you stay with them unless circumstances require you to find another job, because like companies can fail and all that, and that's understandable, or layoffs can happen, you know, like, yeah. And I grew up with that mentality as well. And my father grew up with that mentality, which actually kinda sucks for him, because he works in information technology, and Man, growing up, I used to think that the college was like the greatest thing ever. I wanted to work there so I could work with him too. Now I'm realizing, like, oh my gosh, he is so severely underpaid for what he does. So he even went and took the time to get a master's degree, right? Because he was working at a college. So they were, they paid for his schooling and all that. He just had to do the time. But he had to do the full-time job and he had to take the classes. And he's in information technology. Doing a master's is not easy with all the stuff he had to do as well. He did have the benefit of working partially remotely, even though he lives in the same town as the college. So he had a couple things that were good going for it, but I just remember like how stressed he got with that. And I haven't asked him how much he makes nowadays, but the only reason that he's making enough money to feel like comfortable is that he's moved into his parents' house because his parents have died. So he's inherited the house. He's paid it off completely. He's actually working on improving it. He doesn't have to have a monthly payment. So he's essentially given himself a pay raise by moving houses and going off of his 10-acre land that he had originally bought just a few years ago. And he was super sad to see it go, but it was such a money sink with the money he was making from the college. Like, it was kind of terrifying for a bit, actually. Even if that's your only job, is going to school. Post-grad stuff is no joke. Yeah. Well, so that's the thing, is that he was doing a master's degree on top of having that job and having, like, a full family, on top of not just, like, biological family, but also adopted children and stuff, which had their own host of issues with it. It just absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I can't believe how much work he did for that. So he's at a point now where he's finishing up a lot of the stuff on this house that he's moved into, fixing a lot of the issues that have been there. And I'm praying this next year that he has the time that we can go fishing, we can go camping, we can go do literally anything other than him thinking about work before he gets too old to do the stuff that he enjoys doing. Sweet. Yeah, well, because that's the thing is, so I'm only 30. I'm not particularly old, but I'm seeing my children grow up. And I kind of understood before, but I'm like really understanding both the position I had as a child and then the position he had as a father, and I'm just thinking, wow, I really need to help him get a little bit more enjoyment out of that, you know what I mean? Because, like, so this is something I wasn't going to talk about, but yesterday, Sunday, he pulled me aside, me and my brother-in-law, actually, and he gave both of us some of his bass fishing stuff. He was kind of downsizing a bit. He's got a lot of fishing stuff, right? But I also know how much that fishing stuff means to him, so I gave him, a little hug, and I told him how much I appreciated it, given that, I don't have a whole lot of money to put towards stuff like that. And he went back and he got me even more stuff. Which, I can't believe he did that. And it really made me reflect a lot on what that means to him to give me something like that. Like, he's given me tools before, like some tools. So this is his dad's house and all this, so there's been a lot of tools that he's built up over his life that now have to go somewhere. My dad's got a lot fancier tools now. He's a Milwaukee fan, so he's got a lot of Milwaukee tools. I've got Ryobi because I'm poor. I'm poor, so I need to, do Ryobi. I suck into the Harbor Freight mentality lifestyle. I don't have the money for the super fancy stuff. But he thinks about me. He gives me, like, some of these hand-me-down tools and that. Not, like, crappy ones either. He'll give me ones that are actually in really good condition, and if they're in bad condition, he doesn't even bring them to me to even consider. He's just like, no, this no one wants this. He just, like, donates it or chucks it, basically. So, yeah, it's been really awesome. That's what parents do. Yeah, but that's not what his parents did. And I think that's what makes me feel really bad about it, is that his parents didn't do that. So, yeah. I'm trying to make Christmas really special this year, in a way that hopefully is unique to me, so we'll see. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do it with my kids. I've already been... So, my oldest son, his name is Riker, by the way, just so I'll just get that out of the way. He is 5 years old, and he loves playing Minecraft. He doesn't always want to do the stuff that I would normally want to do with it, but he loves playing with me, which I think is the sweetest thing ever, by the way. I am a huge fan of that. Well, recently, he's been like, I want to play Daddy's games, right? Like this. He wants to play this. I've sat there telling him, I'd love to, but you can't quite yet because this requires a lot of reading. So there's this one, and then Oxygen Not Included is another one that he's like, I want to play that game. I'm like, I would love to have you play Oxygen Not Included. I'd love to teach you to Oxygen Not Included. But not yet. Like, there's some stuff that you have to do first, you know. They gave him something he's passing down anyway. Make sure his kids have it or better than what he had growing up. Here's the thing. His parents didn't give him that. He just happened to get that because it happened to be in the house. And originally, his parents didn't really want him to have the house. That was done after both of his parents had died, and there had been an agreement between the siblings, and the siblings, let's just say, have had a strained relationship themselves as well. It's weird. The family dynamic is an extremely weird thing with my family in particular. Not always the happiest thing. So, not the house hand-me-downs, the mindset. Oh, the mindset. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I can concede that. I can concede that one. Yeah, it's... Yeah. A lot of stuff like that that just... He's been through a lot with that. A lot more than he should have had to go through, so... Yeah, well, and my mom's funny, because she always mentions that my dad snaps like his dad did. You know, like gets angry and then gets defensive. But recently, so yesterday, he came walking and he asked a question, right? Just a simple question. And my mother didn't quite answer the question. I don't know, it was really weird. She didn't quite answer the question, and he kind of got a little irritated and then asked again. And so she finally answered the question, like, in a cohesive way. And then she turned to me and was like, what did I do? So I tried to explain to her, and then she just, okay. Like, she didn't believe me. And I love my mother, like, don't get me wrong, but she just gave me a look like, oh, you're just like him. I was like, well, I have to agree with him on this one. Like, he doesn't always have a good reason for snapping, but this one I was like, you kind of did that one to yourself. You're gonna try to make your kids start better than yours. Oh yeah, like 100%. The only reason that my childhood was not that great was honestly because of the issues that we had with adoption. We had some very troubling children. We ended up getting... There was one kid who turned out okay. She's still actually living with my parents because she's in high school. And she's a sweetheart. She's got ADHD and that. But we love her. She's funny. But we had 5 other kids as a result of that just... Ooh. They had so many problems, and they didn't want to fix any of them. It was really rough. Man, that was a rough time. I'm gonna dump a lot of that stuff there. Yeah, there you go. There was a little insight into some of the life and times, as it were. Kids don't know how to acknowledge they have something wrong. Yeah, this one was different. It was like criminal behavior type of thing, right? Like murderous, anger management. I think there was, what was one of them? I think it was like reactive attachment was one of them. So not exactly the most ideal setup to begin with, but they just absolutely refused to do anything. There was issues like punching holes in walls they would do, pissing and shitting on the floor. Their own rooms, by the way, absolutely wild. I would never do that. I'd at least go to someone else's room, you know what I mean? But no, I remember walking into the girls' room, because it was 3 boys and 2 girls. Went to the girls' room, and they have, I want to point something out. They had their bedroom door, and right outside the bedroom door was another door to a bathroom. There were no locks on the doors, okay? Came in to clean it one time. There was a foul smell. They had taken a bucket and they had pissed in the bucket and just let it collect and never cleaned it out. And we had found the bucket after going to clean, like, months after they had left. Disgusting. It was heinous. I went to prison and I was like, yeah, prison doesn't seem, so bad to deal with. Because a lot of the inmates acted very similarly to what those kids acted like, so I wasn't even surprised by a lot of the stuff I saw in prison. People were surprised how well I took a lot of the prison life stuff, and I told them, oh yeah, I grew up with a lot of this stuff, no worries. What's your favorite horror movie? Ooh, that's a good one. I might have to think about that one a bit. I am a fan of Scream because I like horror stuff that's grounded in reality, even if it is like extreme reality a bit. I'm not a huge fan of Saw. I don't know, Saw just doesn't really sing to me with it. But one that I really did enjoy, I actually really like Friday the 13th. I should have put that one up there. Nightmare on Elm Street's always going to be a classic. But I think overall my favorite, I just love the Alien series. There's some movies I refuse to talk about, and I refuse to acknowledge exist. But Alien in general, I actually haven't seen Alien Romulus yet. I've heard some people really didn't like it, so I'm kind of nervous to watch it, but I also am a diehard fan. I would like to watch it anyway, so. My son peed in a bucket for months, decided to clean up one day and split across the landing. Need to say, we ripped up the carpet. Yeah, kids can be gross, but this one, it was, yeah, we had, the boys in particular, they had a certain area of the room that they lived in that they would go and urinate in, and it stained it. But not only did they urinate in it, they had a pile of garbage there as well, that they were also pissing on and stuff, so it just made this absolutely, like, rat's nest of an area. That wasn't even the worst thing that I had seen. One of the boys frequently would threaten to kill my mother on a daily basis. Constantly tried to get into a fight with my sister over just anything. It was like the weirdest thing ever. But it was funny because the oldest boy, he would always try to get in a fight with my sister, but he never tried to pick a fight with me. And the one time he even came close to it is actually probably why he never tried to pick a fight with me, because he got bodied. I'm not someone that's a bully. I don't fight. But yeah, I can't remember what he did. What did he do? It was something outside. I think he was breaking toys just like randomly at Wanton Abandon, and one of the toys was one of my favorite ones, and I was like freshman in high school, right? So it wasn't necessarily that I cared about toys the same way that I did as like a, you know, middle school or elementary in that. But it was that he was breaking them with no reason, and that blew my mind. So I was trying to get him to stop, and he started to throw hands, and I body slammed him. And I wasn't a big kid. I was all of high school a whopping 105 pounds. I think at one point I hit like 115 pounds. That was it. I was skinny. I was a little boy. Tiny kid. Very skinny. Very skinny. So, yeah, I wasn't anything really intimidating, and I I threw down on that boy. He never stood a chance. But it was funny too, because a lot of those kids would constantly just be picking fights with everyone and each other. But then they'd go around town. So I live in a rural area. So small town, you know, college town and that, but small town. So you'd think, you know, these new kids come in, they start telling lies about your family and that. No one's gonna believe them, right? Wrong. Most people actually were, like, believing them for the first, like, 3 years. So a lot of people just assumed that we were all terrible people all of a sudden for some reason. Blew my mind. Especially because my father had grown up. He'd been born and grown up here. And people still believed that somehow my father was capable of being abusive. Like, insane. Absolutely insane. I can't believe that. Shoot through a kid at a table, breaking the table. There you go. Super dumb question. Would it be possible to set up assemblers to only craft an item if it meets a certain condition? If I want it to only make X product if there is greater than a certain amount total of Y and Z. Yeah, it would be possible. You might have to be a little bit screwy with the combinators on it, but it's possible. Anything's really possible. It just depends on how many loops you have to jump through for it. So, one thing, you can actually set a combinator to set up assemblers to make items depending on the requests of the logistic network too. So you can have it swap between the signals on what the the network is requesting. So for example, here you can see this is requesting a rocket silo. I can actually set it so that the assemblers will make that rocket silo, and when it's done make it, it'll then take it out of production, and then you'll have an assembler ready to do all that. I actually experimented with that one on Fulgora. Oh, I think I took it away. Yeah, it was here, then I switched it out for engine units, I think. No, it was over here, because I switched it out to make some uncommon space stuff. Anyway, the basic idea is that you use these selector combinators right here, and you'd probably use like a few of them, one for each assembler, if you wanted to assign either one assembler or a row of assemblers. You just hook this up and then do the requests, and then you just have it select the input. So this one would be the 0 index. And then you can see here, this is actually saying that it wants refined concrete, so you could set up stuff to automatically make that stuff. But that one is dependent on the requests of the network in that sense, right? So this one you can see, I can't actually show you like all that stuff, but we can do like... So I did this, and I just did like index 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is going to be a total of 5 of those. And then you do... So you can see there that now it's actually showing you the 5 signals right there, right? The only issue I found with this, that you see there how the signals will swap because of the numbers. So if they're sitting even like that and things start to change, they'll start to rapidly swap. So you'd want to probably set it on a clock, and then just every like 60 seconds maybe is what I'd say, have it set to those recipes. Go through the recipes a bit, then you can have it like redo it or something. There's different ways to do it. Basically wanting to use assemblers to make barrels. If there's less than X amount of barrels in the network, and fill barrels to the network. If those are less than X, craft. If Y is less than number, output white. If Z is less than number, output black. Yeah, so you could do something like that. So it's just kind of depending. Do you want to go off of the network request and like what the network is demanding So it can be like anything that it's building, anything it's trying to provide. So one of the things you saw there, it's requesting science, and that's because over here, these are requesting science packs, right? So because these are requesting that, you could set it to build that stuff. But if you wanted to do it based on, because what you're saying there, it sounds like you're wanting to go off of what's in the network. So you'd actually want to do the network contents instead. But you could do essentially the same thing, but you wouldn't have to do the selector combinators. You could just set up your decider combinators with depending on your logic. So just hook it up right there and then read the contents of the network. And now you can make your decisions based on that. Make sense? Do you prefer winter, summer, spring, or fall? I like them all. It depends on what I want to do. It depends on what I'm feeling like doing outside. Thank you. No problem. No problem at all. If I were to pick one as like my average favorite, I really enjoy spring. I really enjoy spring. 1,000 hours into the game, I still learn stuff all the time. Hey, that is a good mentality to have. No one is above learning, in my eyes. I'm glad I could help, though. I'm glad I could help. I really love circuit logic stuff, so that's what I tend to do quite a bit. Need to go finish that. So if you ever have questions on circuit logic stuff, hit me up. I love it. If I don't know the answer to something, I will find it. Because I'll be intrigued. Because I've known a few people that have, like, even 2,000 hours, and they don't touch the circuit network stun. So, you haven't torn down and rebuilt at least 10 times, you're doing it wrong. That's true. That's true. Luckily, I haven't had to fully tear down an entire factory yet. Well, okay, that's not true. I did it to Gleba. I did it once. Once on Gleba, okay? I can get away with that one. Gleba's its own beast. Luckily, Gleba, I believe... Yes, it's working. Project Alcatraz is a success. It's No! No, something went wrong. Where did the... No, what happened? The nutrients, no. What happened here? You don't have nutrients. No! As soon as I said something, I shouldn't have opened my mouth. Something happened with the, That's weird. Something happened with the bioflux. At some point. I don't know what happened. That's lame. Jinx yourself. Yeah, right? Hey, Troll, thank you for that. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And Sudsy. Nice to see you again. You're just in time. I left Gleba, and as predicted, I left it, and it died on its own. I don't even know how this time. But that's okay. I came over here to fix up Vulcanus so that I could actually just never have to worry about Calcite again. And then we can go back, we can figure out what happened with it. Do you prefer a pistol or a shotgun for home defense? Why? That shouldn't even be a question. That shouldn't even be a statement. Oh my gosh, 100% the shotgun. 100% shotgun. If I'm gonna pick one, if I'm waking up in the middle of the night and I have a handgun or a shotgun by my bed, I'll grab both, but I'm grabbing the shotgun first. That was the 24-hour stream, as we but didn't watch. Oh, that's okay. It went pretty well. There were some hiccups with it, but I think we learned a lot. I think the next time we do a 24-hour stream, if we do one, will be a lot smoother. So yeah, not too bad. Yeah, 100% shotgun. What's a shotgun that you buy? Just simple. Remington 870. Very simple stuff. Because Remington is reputable, okay? So if you type in Remington 870, you're going to see it's very simple. It typically has a 4-tube magazine. You can get an extension on it if you want. Pump action, 12 gauge. Make sure you get 12 gauge, except no less than 12 gauge. You can then either do buckshot or you can do slug. I prefer buckshot Because if I'm defending my home, I want to I want to make sure that boy's dead. Alright, but I also live in Utah. It's a little different mentality. You can do a slug if you want a little bit extra range, but home defense, close quarters combat, buckshot's king. Always going to be king. Have a rifle in my closet? I'd like to get a rifle. I'd like an AR-10, personally. But that's gonna be, that's a ways down the road for me. I got a 22 LR, it's a Remington 5... Gosh, what is, I'd have to go find it again. It's a bolt-action 22 LR, tube-fed. Very interesting, very unique. So, I like it a lot. Scav's killing me with 100 meters of buckshot. Yeah, no one appreciates how effective shotguns are. Everyone complains about scavs doing that. If you've ever shot a shotgun in real life, you will know that those pellets, yeah, they may not have the nicest spread out at 100 meters. If any of those pellets hit you, you're gonna have a bad time. If they hit you in the face, goodbye. Goodbye. But at the same time, there's a little bit of game balance going on there that's, you know, not quite correct. So, I understand that as well. Okay, this is now all functioning. And I swear to you, this should be enough calcite that we never have to come back until we've, like, completed the game, basically. I hope. Lord, do I hope. Alright, let's see. Where... Just gonna provide those to the network, and then I want to make sure that I request, because I'm gonna go to Gleba. So I'm gonna have you request one Speedertron. And then I'm gonna try, oh, well, not on that, I'm not. There we go. When I use the TAWS, doesn't even when the scav uses it, sniper rifle. It's because you're using the TAWS wrong. When the TAWS first came out, I remember I was out in the tennis courtyard of Health Resort. There was a player up on the roof, and I headshot him with the first shot on the TAWS. Okay? People shit on the TAWS, but the reason that they shit on it is because everybody is convinced that the meta of Tarkov is fully automatic weapons, 24/7, you know, which, like, yeah, they make your game easier, but there are advantages to bolt-action stuff, and the advantage is precision. Even your bolt-action shotgun advantage is precision, because it's in the way that the weapon is designed. Aim best with bolt action makes me reset and aim from scratch every pull. Yes. So for me, so my Remington has, it's not a straight pull, it's still kind of got that angled pull on it. So what's nice for me is that because of the way that the dimensions are on it, I can actually shoot, and then I can actually cycle the bolt while still keeping my eye down the scope, as long as I'm in a stable position. If I'm standing, what I tend to do is I'll cant so that I can see past it, so I can cycle the bolt, and I can watch my target, and I can adjust and correct shots that way. Because that's, to me, that's like the simplest way there. I could go like this, but canting it like this feels really weird to me. So for me, I like to cant like this in order to cycle it up to my face, and then I touch my nose and come down with it, so. Yeah, I really like bolt action. Just most anything bolt action, I'm going to love it. With, you know, a rare few exceptions, of course, but... Okay, so we did Vulcanus. Do I need any supplies from here? That's the question. Let's have a look over here and see. 725,000 SV98. Depends. Depends on availability and what type of round I want to shoot. I like the M700 recently because you can actually do the bipod. I love bipods in Tarkov. They're actually very well done. It's been so long since I've been out target shooting. I want to sesh. Dude, me too. Me too. I wish I had a way that I could live stream going out and target practicing that, but I don't have the capability. I don't think my phone would really enjoy me after that if I tried to push it through that sort of a limit. Especially because I don't have any data right now because I used it up already. So I gotta wait until next month to go crazy like that on anything. But yeah, I haven't been target shooting. I actually take cardboard and I laser engrave targets onto them just because it's free targets. I don't have to go get papered targets that way. I can just use cardboard instead. So, well, that's easy. SR-25. Favorite day ever was when we took a couple boxes of ammo out to a walnut tree and pot shot the walnuts. Ooh, that's a great date idea. That's awesome. Don't know if that'd be allowed Twitch TOS. It would be. You have to do a couple of very specific things with it, but you could do it. I have looked into it in the past. It's not a question of TOS. It's a question for me of technology capability. So using SVDs a lot these days. Loving it, loud and proud. Ergo is insane. Yeah, SVDs are like decent to use. I've actually really liked them in DayZ a lot, and they can do pretty well in Tarkov as well. But I don't know. There's just something about the SR-25 that just really sings to me. So that's why I do that. What was I was looking at Gleba. That's right. Because I was gonna look at supplies. No, this provides pretty much everything that it needs. I mean, not right now, because apparently we're lacking nutrients again. My guess is we had some spoilage clog up at some point, so that shouldn't be too hard to fix. So I'm just gonna, I'll just fly over to Gleba. We'll just go fix it up there. Someone wants to do something, knives. You found out that because it could be construed as how to make weapons, it wasn't allowed. Right, yeah. So it's been a while since I had this thought. I might have to go back. Terms of service might have changed, so I could be wrong. But last time I checked, it used to be that displaying weapons like guns and stuff was like absolutely against it. But then there was some gun tubers in that were, you know, live streaming and they had guns in their background and it was totally fine. You know, they even had people that were showing guns, like handling them in their hands and all that. I've even tested it just with like an airsoft gun to see if like an algorithm triggered kicked in, gave a warning of that, because it looks similar enough that if there was some machine learning going on and looking at that, it would construe it as that. So, far as I can tell, it should be okay. But if we were to seriously consider that, I would definitely review terms of service first. So, the likelihood of us actually doing that, not very high. So, don't worry too much about it here. Down to Gleba, Alcatraz. And was easy to get. Kind of crap, super easy to get it. So that's for RSAS, definitely SR-25. Yeah, there you go. That's one way to look at it. Yeah, and see, I have heard the same thing about, like, smithing knives. Because that's something I would have liked to do, is, like, to go out and get my forge, and all that, and get into, like, the knife making again. But it was the same issue that, that the person you knew kind of ran into, where it was construed as, like, making weapons and that, and so, at the time I was looking at it, no go. Like, you know, no dice, you know, do not pass go, yada yada yada, all that good stuff. So, I could see that having an issue with it. Okay, so here we need to do something really weird. I'm gonna do a little bit there, because it has to eject a little bit. Then I need to get some of the mash cycled through, and then same thing here, we need some of the jelly nut to come through. And we need just enough of that bioflux to get started on the production of nutrients. Now, hopefully what happens is the nutrients go through. Oh, you know what it probably was? I think this was tripping it up, actually. I think that's exactly what happened. I think that was tripping it up, so we will fix that now. Just grabbing... Oh, oops. If just a little setting that I wasn't fully implementing that we need to fix, so. Eek, come on. Because now there's a bunch of this spoilage in the way. Wow. There we go. That ought to do it. That ought to get it through now. Nobody should sleep while you're on maze night. Good night, bird. Nice to see you again. But it picked this with me a long time ago in very important discussions. I think it was the last time I was out target shooting it. Ooh. I want to see. Very important discussions. Ooh! Oh my! I won't show that because I don't want to risk doxing you or anything like here. I like the decal on the truck, by the way. Damn, what is the zoom on that scope? You got like a 20 times? Holy moly, that's a big scope. Oh, I can? Okay. As long as I got your permission. Barely in it. You're in it enough? In it enough for me? Let's see. It was a friend's weapon? Oh my word, it's even got the riser on it? Holy moly, dude. Got the chrome barrel, by the way. Pretty meaty. Looks like it could be an AR-10. Do you know what it was firing? Was it 5.56? Was it like 308? 30-06 even? Man, semi-auto 30-06. Ooh, that would punch. 38 sounds right. So it was probably AR-10 or at least an AR-10 variant. Damn! That bipod, though. That's delicious. That's delicious. I like the Magwell grip, by the way. Is this you shooting? Or is this just one of your friends shooting? Just to check. That's you. I know your hair color now. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Now, I like the grip you got on that. It's very stable. A lot of people kind of shy away from the Magwell grip. It's a surprisingly stable way to hold it, so very good to see. Neither for nor against guns, but I understand the fascination. So, Phoenix, for me, the fascination isn't necessarily in the shooting. I love shooting, and I love the ballistics of it and that. So, you know, like, mathematically wise that. For me, it's the way that firearms operate, the mechanical functions of it is super fascinating. The chemical reactions with the bullets, you know, like the powder that you put in, how much you do. So, my dream, I want to have a repacking station up in my garage. There's somebody like, oh yeah, you should get a repacking station, because when the apocalypse hits, you'll be able to repack people's ammo, and you're going to be super valuable. No, you're not. No, they'll just come and steal it from you. No, I do it for me, because I would like to put my own specific powder amounts, and even like, even over powder some, for like my own precise shooting, and that, because I like to go hunting, right? And if I had a 30-06, like for example, because my father has a 30-06 rifle, I'd take the casings, you know, and all that. I'd repack the ammo, and I'd make that bitch shoot so hard. It doesn't kick enough. I'm just saying. That's what's fascinating to me about it. It's everything that's kind of involved in firearms. It's the shooting, calculating your shots, windage, you know, and all that stuff. It's how the firearms operate, learning how they operate. It's the chemical processes in with it, the manufacturing process in general. And so, I don't know, so you're probably not this into guns, but there's a free game on Steam. In fact, let me see if I can find it here really quick while we're talking about this. I think it's like World of Guns Disassembly. This is so cool. So it's a game where you basically like disassemble guns like piece by piece, and then you put them back together. And it tells you every single thing about how every weapon operates in the world. So it only says 90 minutes. That's not true. I don't know why it only has 90 minutes recorded on Steam, because I spent my childhood working with that and thinking, like, how cool that was. So I'm a huge gun nut. I love guns. Have a friend has their own ammo setup. They make their own ammo for hunting different animals. Yeah. Yeah, see? That's right. That's how it should be. That's the good stuff. Grew up helping my dad load SS shells. Yeah. See, so every type of ammo, like every type of shell and all that, has its own unique ways of doing things, and it is super fascinating. Oh! I just realized what I did wrong. So I switched to stack inserters, okay? Here's the rub. These can get filled with spoilage. I'm not actually getting the spoilage out. That's what's happening right now. So here I need to actually use filters for seeds and for spoilage. This will be the easiest way to do this, because I need it to clean out everything and throw it down the line. Because if it doesn't do that, then how am I supposed to get rid of that stuff? We need to talk about weapons so you can figure out where your factories are messing up. Right? Exactly. So I can multitask, you know. I like this stuff enough. I can multitask. Leave me alone. So I made a mistake there, but do you have gunsmiths? Ooh, I don't think I do. I thought about it, actually. I seriously thought about it. Wait a second, 2024? Oh, was this in, like, early access forever? Or is this a different one? Hold on a second. Did this come out? Oh, ooh! Oh, now I'm more likely to get it. It's actually fully released in October. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have this. I don't have this, but I'd be willing to think about it. Wait, what? You're telling me that if I buy the game and the soundtrack, I can get it cheaper than just the game? Ooh. I could get Car Mechanic Simulator also. Sudsy, don't tempt me. What are you doing? I'm trying to focus on the factory. Don't you tempt me. How dare you? How dare you poison my mind? Just crazy enough to make sense, right? Yeah. You're ruining me. You're ruining me right now. How could you? I was just telling Phoenix and lamenting how poor I am, and now you're like, you should take what money you have and you should get rid of it. You don't need it. Little demon on my shoulder. Get out of my mind. Get out of my mind. Give me the spoilage. Give me this junk. You like my navigation, by the way? This is the way, right here. What am I doing? Hold on a second. I brought you specifically so I could just... Woo! So I could just not get hit by a train. It's so bad at the end of September buying games that I spent my gaming budget into 2026. Aw, man. There are worse fates, I suppose. There we go. Now I don't have to worry about the belts as much. Let's see. Where's my drones that I had? Yes. Okay. Just give me all that stuff again. Yes. This is how you navigate Alcatraz. This is the good stuff right here. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. It's quite simple. It's the most simple thing I could possibly dream of right here and now. It just does not get simpler than this. It's pure elementary. Dearest Watson, I beseech thee, lend me your strength. Get this stuff out of here, come on. Yes, 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 yes. Come on. Yes. Yes. Good. Good. Give in to it. Oh, I ran out of... Well, hopefully that's enough to get the nutrients ball in here. Okay, we ejected a little bit of spoilage there. You know, that's good. Alright, you. Let's hold off on that, okay? We've got issues. We've got issues going on right now. Get these out of here. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Spend a lot of money on Christmas. Okay, trying to spend vicariously. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Treated Booty and Chingy to a couple of co-op games. Aw, well, that was nice of you. See, there's something very noble about spending money on other people's games, right? You know, just to let them have a little bit of joy in their lives and all that. I respect that. I've bought Factoid for 2 friends now. Oh, well, did you at least wait until it was on sale? Who am I kidding? Of course you did. Yes, funny joke. Very clever. So funny. There we go. There we go. Come on. Live. Live. About satisfied for a couple before 1.0 drop while it was on sale. Hey, that's a good way to do it. Yeah, if you know that the price is going to be, you know, rising, you might as well jump on a sale and get it to as many people as possible, eh? Okay, here's what we need to do. I think this has been remiss. We need to prioritize it going back to nutrients before anything else. I keep trying to let it go 50-50. It has to do that first. We just have to accept that, I think. Because otherwise we're just not gonna have a good time. Especially because now we've got a lot of stuff that's on its way to spoiling. The bioflux and the nutrients just aren't gonna be quite at the level that we would like them to be anyway, so I think that solved the issue there, though. I don't know how much I factor, but last the game dollars have officially dried up. Yeah, I understand that. Well, maybe one of these days we'll have to get you a copy. Probably get you a copy of Vanilla Factorio, and then you can get the money for the Space Age bit. Because that's what I'm doing right now. This is Space Age. Watching you and DJ playing this make it look like I would enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, I greatly enjoy this, and if you enjoy programming, you'd absolutely love the Circuit Network stuff on this. It is delightful. I love it so much. Don't like mods, very rarely buy DLCs. So, I usually don't buy DLCs either, but this is good. Yes. Oh my gosh, Sudsy, before you go to bed, have you played the, oh my word, what is it again? The Bio Kit, whatever. I'm losing my mind right now. Bionic Booster Pack. Have you tried it yet? Because I haven't. I bought it, but I haven't tried it yet. I want to know your opinion. You have not. Okay. Well, you don't have an opinion. Go to bed. I don't care anymore. I don't care. You have failed me. What is happening here? Hey. That's not cool. Yeah, that's not okay. I think we have to do that. So prioritize that, but we send it that way, I think. I think it's the way to go. Such a temper tantrum. I know. I'm hard to please. What can I say? Oh, that's really annoying. It's all backed up with spoilage. That's okay. Well, I mean, that's ugly. I'm sorry. That's just too ugly for me. I can't stand it being so ugly. Okay. We're happy now. Alright, anyway, no, I'm just kidding. I was just really excited because I forgot that it came out. I bought it today because I had a little bit of money, and it was cheap. It was $8, you know. And I was really looking forward to it. I thought about playing tonight, but I kind of want to just play it on my own a little bit, I think. I might play it tomorrow night, you know. Like, I'm weak. I might play it tomorrow night. We'll see. But it had a lot of stuff that I was like, oh, yes. Yes. Next paycheck, maybe? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, I will see if I can play it. Maybe you can see if it's something you actually want, because I did get the Frosty Planet one, and it's fun, but it was like, oh, I kind of was thinking it would have a little bit more than what I was seeing in it, and then I saw the Bionic one. I was like, oh, that's the one. That's the one that really speaks to me, so yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. Let's see, it's 11:30 right now. What do I have time to do? What do I have time to do? Because this is now actually working, thank goodness. I really don't know what caused it to back up like that. That was really weird. Am I making it too quickly? I wonder if I'm making it too quickly. No, that can't be right. Only had a couple really neat new critters. Yeah, so for me, I was hoping that the mechanics would kind of play out a little bit better. I don't know. I was kind of hoping there'd be some new, interesting ways to do some of the processes that we already do. But it turned out it was like, you can do a couple things a little bit differently, and some of the critters were nice, you know, and, you know, adding them into base pack, all that stuff, you know, all well and good, but I don't know. I just felt like it was missing something. But the Bionic one, I was looking at it, I don't know, Bionic Pack's got pretty much everything that I want in it. Everything that I could have possibly desired was right there waiting for me. So, really looking forward to that. Can't wait to try it. Okay, I think this is pretty solid now. So I think the only thing left to do... How come that hasn't been made? Wait a minute. Oh, right, because production stopped entirely here, so we're still trying to catch back up. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Gotta work tomorrow somehow. Good night, Sudsy. We'll see you next time. Sleep well. Alright. As for the rest of us... Good night. Good night. Good night. As for the rest of us, let's see. What are we gonna do here? What are we gonna do here? Go to bed and get an opinion. Yeah. Yeah, seriously though. Oh my gosh. How dare you? No, we're just kidding. We're a lot of kidders around here. Wow. That Yumako was abysmal. What the crap? Oh, shoot. Yeah, let's go fix that. That could be a problem later. And now that we have our Spoidertron here, we can just happily walk around here with reckless abandon and not worry about getting hit by a train. Very nice. Very clean. We like that. Yeah, I think we'll just grab the spoilage that's here and just kind of reset it a little bit. It's gonna spoil again, but that's a problem to deal with at another time, I think. Let's grab some of that spoilage out. Alright, let's see how that goes there. I don't remember the name of the game you were playing during 24 hour. How did the rest of the mystery shake out? Ooh, yes. So, spoiler alert, you die in the end. I knew it was coming. Basically, you finally accept that the anomaly that's happening is just way too strong, and you don't want whoever's coming to rescue you to, like, take it back to the mainland. So you end up sacrificing yourself to blow the rig and it up. Fabulous to listen to? Oh, thank you. I didn't think I was really saying much of anything, but I was trying. I am trying to work on voice acting, so I'd say it's a spoiler alert. Yeah. Well, it is, but it isn't. You were kind of being led into that assumption the entire time, because they were playing really hard into the whole, the hopelessness of it, right? Where they were leaning really into where, oh, there's still something of them left in there, you know, they're saying things that only they know. I was looking at one of them, and he was seeing me, type of thing, so I could see what was happening, if you know what I mean. Oh, yeah, I think so. I think I understand what you mean. Yeah, I try to be very descriptive whenever I'm speaking, because I appreciate it when someone speaks descriptively to me about stuff. So I try to replicate that as much as I can. I don't always do a good job, but I try, is the big thing. All we can do is try, right? Let's see, let's get the jelly nut. Yuck, right there. Okay, I need to come over here. Just help clean that off a bit. Yeah, it's gonna take a bit to get all the spoilage to actually cycle out. That's just kind of the unfortunate truth right now. Which I kind of expected with what we had, so... Descriptive, that's the word, yeah. So, I'm just very used to explaining everything that I'm doing, so... I do it a lot in Factorio, I do it a lot in DayZ, because... I know that not everybody understands everything that's happening, so I always try to... I try to explain things as if someone may not know exactly what I'm doing, or walk through my thought process, because... That's what I did a lot in my job, and it's what I do a lot with this as well, because... I used to do, when I started streaming, it was with the intent of teaching people how to play Tarkov, and then some other games as well. So it's just kind of a habit I picked up. The whole reason about Nintendo Switch, so I could stream Pokemon, until I realized that there is 0 spoken conversation. Got real quick reading it all out loud. Yeah, and that's kind of one of the iconic, it's one of the things that's like well known about Pokemon, is just that it's all straight text, basically. With like, maybe the occasional cutscene has a little bit of voice acting in it, that comes from, you know, the animated show and all that, but... Yeah, see, now it's just kind of shipping a disgusting amount of spoilage because I spent so long away. Let's fix that. Let's grab out... Yeah, let's try to filter out some of that spoilage junk, shall we? So, we're just gonna set this for spoilage. That's gonna go spoilage to the right. This is gonna go spoilage to the right. Oh, don't run into that. That would have been bad. And I'm gonna do... We're gonna do some passive provider chests. Ooh, and in fact, you know what we could do? We can actually swap these to also be provider chests. And then we should be able to grab some of that spoilage. I don't remember if we have anything set to do that already or not. I don't think we do. So I'm actually gonna set... Excuse me. I'm gonna set this to take the spoilage in the chest, and if it's greater than 200, so I'll leave a little bit of spoilage just in case, but I'm gonna rip up like, I don't know, let's say, I'm gonna say we'll store like 600 at a time. That way we'll automatically just kind of rip out spoilage. And I'll just make sure these filter for jelly nut. And these ones filter for the Yumako. Just like that. That should help with quite a bit of that. And then now it's just... Oh, I knew that was gonna happen. Whoops. Where'd it put me? No! Spidertron. Come get me, I'm sorry. Oops, yeah, that was real bad on my part. Some of these kind of games I always thought I was terrible at math. I found in the past few years I'm actually really good at math because of the logic. That's why numbers are never wrong. You fail the logic, the number's always right. Yeah. Oh yeah. And see, that's one of the things I really like about games. I feel like if you play games the right way and you play the right games, you end up learning a lot. And I think that's what really resonates with me, is I like games that push me and challenge me to either learn something I can apply to the real world, or they help me to improve some type of a skill. Even if that skill's like not necessarily useful for every tiny thing, but... Alright, we're just gonna have this walk along the tracks to be nice and safe. Excuse me. Yes, yeah, see, not everybody has the same ideas, because I think there's some games that you play just for fun. Everyone's got games like that. For me, that game nowadays is the game that I play just purely for fun. And people always laugh at me. It's Tarkov. I play that purely for fun. Because I'm not really learning anything. I'm not, you know, getting better at it or anything, really. I've already gotten about as good as I want to be. I'm not motivated to go for the high-end achievements. I'm not trying to grind out for the Kappa container or anything like that. There's just no... There's no point to it anymore. I don't want to do that. Because it's boring. After you do it the first, you know, dozen or so times, you know, it gets old. So, I just don't like doing that anymore. Let me just grab that. Oops. Yoink. Okay, there we go. Okay, this should allow us to keep the belt clean now. Law of diminishing returns. Yeah, exactly, exactly. And I feel like that's what a lot of people seem to miss when I express that I don't want to play a game, right? I don't get upset because, like, oh, the game just really sucks. It's like, no, there's no reason for me to play that game anymore because I don't really get anything out of it. I'm not learning anything. I'm not getting the value out of it that I once had, so to speak. Because, like, League of Legends, I love League of Legends. I love playing it. But right now, I would much rather play Factorio because I get more fulfillment out of Factorio. I'm learning something. I'm constantly being pushed to do that. I'm still learning with League of Legends, you know? I'm still improving at that. But here, I don't have to deal with, like, the constant negativity that comes when you're learning something new. With, like, the 4 people on your team and the 5 people on the enemy team, if you make, like, the tiniest mistake. Here, if I make a mistake, who cares? You know? No one cares. You make a mistake here, it's normal. Everybody makes mistakes here. It's part of the game. It's just part of the process. Which is what League is supposed to be. And that's what kills me about it recently, is that that's what it's supposed to be, but nobody treats it that way. It's crazy. We gotta fix it. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's why I like programming, too. It's the same thing. I can work on a project that I choose for myself, and it can be whatever I want. It can be whatever I want. But I think the biggest thing for me is... it can be whatever I want, but it has to be, like, something that's worthwhile to me. Whether it's just, like, for fun worthwhile, or it's a practical application worthwhile. It's gotta be something like that, or else I just simply am not going to enjoy it. As much as I might want to enjoy it, I can't enjoy it without a little bit of those, like, some of that criteria going with it, so. But that's just me because I'm weird. Hey, come on now. Where's the love? Where's the love in this? Where is the love? Missing some of that mash. Okay, there's some coming down. That ought to get it started. Because here's one. I'm not entirely sure why this isn't feeding through. Oh, actually, I know exactly why it's not feeding through. No, actually, no. No, I don't know why it's not feeding through. It should be getting the bacteria in time. Yeah, like that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's kicked it up again. Yeah, okay, yeah. That process is working like it should. Play most games solo. Not because I'm antisocial. I don't like getting yelled at or feeling like I didn't do enough to help. I could go against because they don't yell at me or make me feel bad. I can continue to learn about teamwork. It hasn't always been a strong suit in my professional life because I've also been guilty of knowing better than others. Yeah, I understand that. And see, I'm kind of the opposite. I really like games that I play with other people because I like to collaborate. I like to cooperate, but I'm also used to being like a team lead type of thing. So when I play a lot of these games that are the survival or the tactical stuff, I tend to kind of gravitate towards being the one in charge. Making the shot calls, telling people what to do and all that. And it's just kind of what I'm used to. I don't always necessarily want to do that. So, like, I have one game that I play squad, where I kind of end up getting stuck as a squad leader, but I don't want to be the squad leader all the time. Sometimes I just want to be the medic, and I just want to run around being funny, helping people. You know, I don't necessarily want to be the guy that's in charge and doing stuff and dealing with the ego trip that happens online for some reason with people that don't want to work together. So, I don't know, it's funny. It's a funny dynamic a lot of the time. Ugh. Okay, let's see. What are we doing here? I'm trying to decide if I've got anything worth doing tonight that I can do in a reasonable amount of time in the next hour. Not coming to me. I'm sure we can find something. Hang on. Let's look around a little bit. Because I got all of that. I was going to work... Oh, you know what? We could design... Step out of the spider realm. We can design the the science labs. That'd be a good thing to do right now. Even if we don't do it exactly right now. So we know we're going to need one of these. And I've already decided to do this just bot base because it'll just be simpler. So we feed in. And then I want to... I was going to do a direct feed. I think I should still do a direct feed. So we'd want to do probably stack inserters and filter those specifically for green science. I have to stay long enough to finish setting up about 100 refineries. Oh, okay. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. We'll see. We'll see where we go with it. Okay, we'll do a bulk inserter here. That's going to be just for getting rid of spoilage. And that will be in an active. And then we'll do similar thing there with that. I think that's the setup right there. Let's see, so we could do speed modules with it. Do I have a lot of speed modules made right now? I got 6 of the 2s. I got a bunch of the 1s. We could use some of the 1s, honestly. But the 2s are just so much better. Hey, what a conundrum. What a conundrum. Let's see. Well, let's go off of just like raw here because that's 0.75 a second. I think it's reasonable. So I want to do that, and then I'd also want to... Oh my goodness. I want to do... nutrients. We go in here as well. Probably just say like 50. And then I'm pulling out spoilage, and then the hope is that I'm making enough eggs I don't have to worry about this particular bit, but we're going to assume that we will have to worry about it. So now I need to... I'm going to cut this because I need to do like so. We'll then have green belts going like so. Okay? Yeah. I think it should be good. Yeah. So then we'll have this go like so. And I'm not going to worry too much about tiling it there, I don't think. Yeah, the only issue here is that we'll have to provide nutrients on... Well, I don't want to do a bot-based, actually, on the nutrients. Just because of the spoilage time. So let's figure out a way to actually inject what we want in here, right? So normally I would try to kind of do like splitters and stuff. In fact, we could probably still do that. So let's just throw out the middle section there. And let's actually cut this to be down there instead. So let's... Just gonna rip that out for a moment. Okay, so actually I want to go like this because I want to feed down, and then I want to have this. I don't want to use like a whole lot of these chests, so I need to find a way to centralize where that goes, I think. So this is coming up there, so we'll copy this. Okay. So what we could do is we could do underground like so. Right? Like that. And then we could just send the spoilage down something like this. That is surprisingly clogged right now. I'm a little surprised actually how clogged that is. Huh. So for some reason, energy was like eaten up there. That's crazy. That's a little weird. We'll figure it out eventually, I'm sure. Probably add some more stack inserters here so we could try to burn up as much of the spoilage as fast as possible. Gotta wait for some of that rocket fuel to burn out, though. Huh, okay. Well, we'll see how that pans out. But anyway, let's focus up on this again. So I'm going to turn my Roboport on here so that I can just... Nope, I didn't want to do that. I want to delete all that. Then I'm just going to copy... Well, I can just paste. Let's do a horizontal like this. Just to kind of match up a bit. Okay. Yeah, so we'd handle spoilage on those ends there, but not the spoilage that would potentially be inside of this. Which means I should probably add it onto this belt, where we'll just say that we'll take any spoilage coming out of this, put it on this belt. We then handle spoilage in a fashion such as this. And then this will join the, what we'll kind of designate as the sewage line. Go like right here. And they'll just join off on that one. No big deal, I think. Alright, so assuming that each of these, you know, we're going to round up and say they do 1 a second. This would be 6 green science a second. So I want to do... I want to send loads of 2,000 across, right? So if I'm in 2,000, I'm going to divide by 6. That's 333 seconds. If I do minutes, that's going to be like 5.5 minutes? No, that doesn't seem right. Hold on. Did I do that math right? Stand by a second. Stand by. We're goofing. We're goofing a little bit here, I think. So if I'm making, let's do it exact. So 0.75 per second across 6 of these. I'm making 4.5 per second. 4.5 per second over 60 seconds is 270 a minute. That makes a lot more sense. So 270 a minute. So then if I take that 270, which is every minute, and I'm going to say 1,000 divided by 270, it would take about 4 minutes to get enough of these to load one rocket. Not bad. If that's actually the case. We'll have to actually see if that works in practice, though. Alright, so I'm gonna blueprint this in its current state. I'm not gonna name it right now because it's still just kind of a work in progress. I am, however, going to remove it from here. Slapping that just back into the system. And let's now come up here to where I'm planning to share the nutrients and all that from, which is going to be about right here. And that lines up nearly perfectly. Let's see, so I don't want to go... We'll just do a line, let's say like this. Let's go semi in line with it. Go like this. So I'm going to double up what we were doing there. And then let's just remove gonna go like this. And then sewage line comes down the sides. Just like so. And then we'll have it join up right there. Won't be exact here, but that's okay. You win some, you lose some, so. Okay, so then here it's just a matter of trying to get the spoilage to go through at a high enough rate. That we don't suffer entirely, I hope. Yeah, so I think we'd have to do a couple things here. One of them being we need to do that, and then it would be beneficial to us to do this. Yeah, because that lets us actually cycle through that spoilage now. Ideally speaking, at least. Maybe we just need to change as much of our spoilage stuff into stack inserters as we can. Try to kind of build it up on the belt. Because I think right now that's our issue, is that we don't have it really stacking neatly on these belts. So our first priority should be to try to condense the spoilage as much as possible. Wherever we can, at least. So do like right there. It's not feasible everywhere, but where it is feasible, we should let it go through. Kinda wish I'd thought of this sooner, so... I think that'll help a bit. I think it's already helping a fair amount there. So, should probably do the same mentality here. So that we only send it when we have enough for these full stacks. I think that will end up working out significantly better that way. I think this is isolated enough as well that we shouldn't have to worry too much about things. And then we'll just have Tesla turrets stationed like so, in order to just protect everything. We'll send up another Roboport here that will just help maintain all of that. And we'll just dot in the almighty medium electric poles. Then we got our substations that I so dearly love. And our power line. That should power everything. Yep, that includes all that stuff as soon as we get some eggs to actually feed that system. Now, this is where we're going to get a little bit fancy, I think, here. I'm going to set up something that will feed 2 rockets. But I want to prioritize feeding 1 rocket at a time here. We like fancy, yes, so. What we're going to try to do here is I want to set up something that it will feed and prioritize the 1 rocket until it's full. If it's full and it's sitting there for like a certain amount of time, then I want to send and feed the other rocket, is the idea. So it'll go like that. So it'll all be on 1 belt, but the idea is that we should be able to feed 1 rocket. So let's see. So we have, how many of these? We have 6, so 12. I deleted my calculator because I'm stupid. So I got 12 of these. So 12 times 0.75 is 9. So we're doing 9 per second. So that is 540 a minute, which means if 1 rocket takes 1,000, I'm going to divide that by 540. That's just a little bit under 2 minutes to load 1 rocket. That's reasonable to me, right? So, what I think I want to do is I want to set up a little bit of logic. The logic is going to be as such. 1 rocket's empty. I want to send and activate these to actually start requesting stuff to make the science, right? So it's going to have a little bit of a delay in order to make stuff, but it should reduce unnecessary waste. And that's the big thing we're going for right now. I want to reduce unnecessary waste. The first thing, though, that we need to do is we need to decide here. So for example here, I'm going to remove these stack inserters. These will no longer be removing spoilage in those locations because they're actually going to be sending nutrients up here. And this bit is going to actually handle spoilage and such, or it should. Yeah, because we're just going to feed nutrients all the way up through this line. And then as things spoil, it'll just kind of trickle on out and all that. That should be all well and good. Okay, so normally I would actually stop it from doing the spoilage. However, if I stop it here, it's going to actually cause a problem because this won't have a way of removing the spoilage anymore. So I actually need to let this sit here. These nutrients can just pack up here. It's all fine. Who cares? These can just be preloaded with spoilage. As long... Well, preloaded with nutrients. And then it'll just spoil out, and it should remove that spoilage. It's in stacks, though, so... What I want to do is I want to remove the filters for spoilage. I only want to stack up the science, and I'll instead have bulk inserters. These ones will handle and remove spoilage. So it's a little bit more expensive, unfortunately, but it is quite unavoidable, I'm afraid. It just makes sense that we want to make sure we remove all of that spoilage as fast as possible, so... Really got me wanting to get this game. Oh, and this is just the beginning. I'm gonna finish this build, I want to take a break first for a new build. This may be the break. Oh, there you go. That's fine. It's always good to take breaks. Don't want to burn yourself out too quick. Okay. I think this is ready. So, here comes the fancy bit. If it'll let me. Here's the thing. We don't know if this is going to let us do this yet or not. Because I haven't tried this yet. Let's come stand over here. I'm going to put a combinator right here. Oh. It does let me connect. I can read the contents. I can read the orbital requests. Ah, yes. So right here it's saying that it has an orbital request of 2,000 science. Here's the test. If I send this away to novice, right? The requests go away. Excellent, okay. So here's the idea. I am going to turn these off. But I'm going to turn them off in a couple different ways. Namely, I'm going to stop them from requesting Bioflux and the Pentapod eggs. Because I don't want eggs to sit over here longer than they have to. Because if they spoil, they turn into actual enemies that can then ruin stuff, and then I have to repair all this stuff, which is expensive. But if I can just let it fizzle out all this stuff, then I don't have to worry about it. So what that means is I can actually... I can do something really sick. Really slick. What I'm going to do is I want to take the requests, if I can. Let's see, so... I'll take the requests, but I need to do a little bit of math with it as well. And what I should be able to do is... I'm going to go to the office tomorrow, Wednesday, so I really need to do a quick load of laundry, but it's all the way over there and I'm lazy. Dirty clothes are in the bedroom, washer right in the dining room 30 feet away. Ooh. That's okay. I feel that. I understand what it feels like to be lazy like that. I understand you. Oh, I turned off my... Okay, so here's the rub right now. I also want to read the contents, but I can't do both, right? So... I could have... Well, no, I need to read both these contents, so I could just come down here. Because this one... I can read the orbital requests from this one, because I think it'll still read it. Even if I don't have it ticked to do the automatic requests, it should still read it. So I can then get an understanding there. Then I can take the contents of this, and I can then, I'll just take each signal, we'll just keep it generic, and I'll invert it. I'll make it negative, I think. Or do I want to make the request negative? See, now I'm thinking. At the moment, it's a bit overrun because I went through a very deep period of depression, so everything apart needs to be attended to. Yeah, that's okay. It's fine to let things go every now and then. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, I'm thinking about this wrong. I want to invert the signal coming in. And then I want to add to it. So I want to do something like this, okay? Where I'm then going to, I'll do a green signal just to differentiate it, right there. So then I want to take anything that's in here, and I'll just times it by 1, and then I want to output that. Then this one, I want to take that inverse, and I want to output that inverse, right? And then, just to kind of make sure that my logic is sound, we're going to have this power line right here. And then we're going to do... I'll just do green. And we'll just take it all together and put it right there. So, what I'm going to do is... We're going to come over here to this, which is now stopping at Gleba. It should have this as a request now, that it has stopped. And we can see right there, we're now saying minus 2,000. What I'm saying is, I want there to be negative this because I want to take it away, right? Oh dear. What is happening? I've got Tesla turrets that were active, I think, is what happens now they're recharging. Maybe? Somewhere? Oh, I might be charging the new ones here. Nope, that's not it. Do I just have too many? Because they each minimum consumption 1 megawatt. Ah, yep. I just have too many of them around. That's sticky. Okay. Scratch that. I'm using too many of these, so I don't want to use these for this bit. Instead, what I want to do then is I just want to set up some gun turrets. Because this is all just precaution. The hope is that I don't even have to use these. And I'm just going to be super lazy. We'll just do 2 requester chests. Asking for ammo on these. I'm just going to go cheap on the inserters too, because I can. And then I need 1 more RoboPort that'll sit right there to help fulfill requests, and then I'll just come in here and simply ask for, I'm gonna say 50. And again, the hope is that never have to use any of these. And now we've got a little bit of a backup of spoilage, which is what we expected to happen. Will it handle it correctly is the question. Debatable. Sheesh. Man, I really need to... Okay, well now it's burning the spoilage there. What I could do, I could add a splitter right here. And let that help burning just a little bit more in this as well. In fact, let me change that. Nope, it has to go right there. That's the only place it really makes sense. So the idea is that this will just help burn spoilage just a little bit faster to keep things nice and clear where they want to be clear. And this one I'm going to prioritize the output to be on the left to keep this as clear as possible and make sure that these biochambers get as much as they need for the carbon as well. That should allow this to stay able to function. Okay, so back to what I was thinking here. So now right now I've got this set to output it as signal there, but I'm going to set like a generic test signal where I'm going to say, I'm going to call it just iron plates. Okay, so now we're giving the illusion of it being iron plates. I'm going to go grab some iron plates. We're going to see if this will correctly add into that value and put it towards the 0 mark. So it's at 2,000 now. When I add these 200 iron plates, we should see it go down to 1,800. Well, go up to negative 1,800 when I do that. Beautiful. That is exactly what we want it to do. So now we need to do some conditions on this, right? So we need to know... Because the idea here is that we want to reduce waste, right? And the way that we're going to reduce waste is we need to know when to actually turn these off so that the science trickles in enough to load the rocket without doing too much, right? And we want to do this before we actually go start generating these eggs, because once we start generating these eggs, we're going to have a problem. If we're not using them enough, at least. At least as far as I can tell. There you go, we can start requesting some nutrients there now. Yeah, because we needed them in a couple places. Let's see, are we out of biochambers? No, we're not. We're good on that. Okay, so here, like I said, we're going to be requesting pentapod eggs. And we want this to go like as fast as possible. As fast as we possibly can push this, we want to push it. And I want to make sure I have full coverage there, and we do. Okay. Okay. Good, 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 good. Okay. Next step is simply acquiring... the necessary pentapod eggs. So where should we go to get that? We could go up. We could try this. I'm actually going to do a quick save. We're going to go try to acquire some eggs. To kickstart this process, because I think we're... Well, actually, no. We're not ready yet. We're not ready yet. The reason we're not ready yet is because we haven't actually set the logic for... well, I guess we don't need the logic because we just want to get this going right now. Let's see. So we're actually going to take off Novice. Yep, research supply right now, yes. We want to add Vulcanus. And we want to do circuit condition green. We want this to equal 3. And then we want all requests satisfied, which should include dropping these down to Vulcanus. And Vulcanus should have that as well. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to add the... Where is it? Ship research supply. Yes, right there. Because that should just keep it the same. Should keep it the same. We don't need the stinking logic, yeah, right? Not right now, we don't. We will later. Much later, though. Okay. Ooh, and Bioflux fell behind again. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. That needs to step up. Alright. We're gonna take a chance on Faith here. I'm gonna pull that back. We're gonna get the epic quality research queued up because that's what's gonna be using this science the second it gets there. And we are producing on demand. Here we go. We're gonna run up here. We have a lot of rockets set up. Spidertron should automatically engage stuff. It's not. It's weird. Probably just hit space here, huh? Okay. Let's just go take care of this problem then, shall we? Holy moly, there's a lot of them. Oh my gosh. I think I lost some Tesla turrets. Holy crap. That's a big nest. Holy moly, dude. That was a lot of destruction and death. Jeez. Alright, don't mess with that nest again. Oh my gosh. Saw one of the new trucks last week. Oh yeah? How was it? Oh my word, dude. That was terrible. That was terrible. Don't do that again. Most hideous looking vehicle. Yeah, they could have done a lot better on the design of that. I do agree. Alright, give me those eggs. Hopefully I don't have to do that again. Oh my gosh. Need to get my artillery game online. So I don't have to deal with that kind of nonsense again. Or railguns, that ought to do it. Yeah, I've never really particularly enjoyed the Tesla, like, design philosophy for, like, I don't know. It just doesn't really sing to me. Like, I like the vision, I like the idea behind it. But come on, you could make it look a little nicer, surely, right? There is, you know, a certain function to form as well, I would say, but not my choice. Okay, here we go. Gonna start the production of the eggs. And the provision of the bioflux. So the new issue is now these should go through, do their thing. Oh, one of the things I forgot, I wanted to prioritize it to that left bit. Okay, yeah, now I just need to be able to launch that rocket. But for some reason, I'm not seeing anything going towards that. Because the blue chips are all coming towards these, I think. Okay, let's put a pause on speed module production, I think. So what else would mess with that? A lot. We use blue chips in like everything. Jeez. Basic sedans look like Maserati sedans. People assume enough about driving, you're not given to let a vehicle drive itself. Mirrors, cameras, such. Start to look at the windows over my shoulders for making turns back up. People don't do that anymore. No. No, they don't. And I'm all for automated vehicles. Like, don't get me wrong. But I do agree, it's like having it be like the standard and the norm would require a huge infrastructure change first off. But I don't know, there's a transition method that I feel like needs to be done, and I don't think that's been fully taken into account yet. And I would much rather have like machines driving on roads that are at least slightly less prone to mistakes, I feel like. Slightly, maybe not entirely. Because, you know, there's a lot that can go wrong with that too. But to have the mix of the two, you're just asking for trouble, I feel like. We're just gonna start stacking on these belts. It's time. It's time. Make it happen. Make it so. I would trust a train or a bus any day over any drivers on night. Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah, I think public transportation is a good thing. I'm actually shocked that there's not more development put into that and, like, more of a push for that and trying to incentivize that more. I mean, I get it, you know, people having personal vehicles and that's a good thing, you know, people like that as well, but I mean, I don't know. You'd think, right? Yeah. Yeah. I would think so, but I understand that I may not be, you know, part of the majority rule and all that. I understand. Just, it would make sense. Car insurance, yeah, right? Cutting down on car insurance, like, yeah, maybe you don't have the freedom to drive every single exact place that you want to go, but have a car. Still have a car. Who says you can't have a car? You know what I mean? But you cut down the amount of time you're driving, you save on gas a little bit. You know, you cut down on emissions entirely as well, too. Like, I don't know, it just makes sense. It just makes sense, really. Last accident was in 94. My last speeding ticket was 97. Paid nearly $300 a month on car insurance. Eesh. Sheesh. Disgusting. Yeah, car insurance is just wild. Just wild. Holy moly, am I still not outputting this fast enough? I need to do like higher quality inserters, I think. I think that's what I'm missing. I need higher quality inserters. Oh, that's really annoying now that I'm thinking about it. I should have done that sooner. That's okay. So many accidents. 19 cannot get a better deal on insurance, even though I rarely drive 19. Yeah, seeing that sucks, because, like, now you're getting punished for other people driving stupid. You know what I mean? And that's a tough cookie. That seriously is such a tough cookie. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's lame. To say the least, it's lame. See, I can almost fill up this entire rocket. I just can't launch a rocket. So I'm gonna have to manually shift it over to this one. Oh, did I never... Oops. Yeah, no wonder it's not building it. It isn't requesting anything. That's okay. I'll let this fill up, and then I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'll just send this up once it's ready. Because right now we're just going to get a trickle of nutrients through. I need to get this epic quality so I can, like, really ramp up the throughput, though. Let's see, because for the inserters I would need higher quality... Ugh, gross. See if it's actually worth it. Because anytime there's a hurricane, insurance companies are paying to repair the coastal areas. People with me that are at zero risk of damage from the sort of flooding pay through the nose. Yeah, that ain't right. I don't like that. That sucks. That sucks. I feel for you on that. Yeah, see, this process eats up a lot of nutrients, unfortunately. So I think what I want to do, I actually want to... Let's see. I actually want to turn these off. So enable disable when... Let's see. Where's the eggs? When it's less than, I'm going to say like 35. That way this will allow nutrients to pass through. Hopefully. Emphasis on hopefully. If I can just get some science sent over, I would be so happy. So happy. There you go. That's 1,000. We're about to get more. Activate C. Gotta do. Got to pay something towards repairing the floor. Yeah, man. Insurance just sucks in general. Like, in pretty much everywhere that you go, I swear. But some places, like Florida, I could see Florida being just, like, absolutely monstrous with it, too. Yeah, that just sucks. Alright. I am going to do some prod mods on these, I think. Try to get a little extra bang for our buck. hopefully slow down the nutrient usage as well and allow some of it to actually slide through up to the more important stuff. I think it might work. We'll see. We'll see. Who knows? It is almost 1 in the morning. Okay, so I think what I want to do, I want to swap out some of this. Gonna do like this. With the idea that I want to try to get more out of the bioflux. Oh, shoot. It's just so darn fast. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. I'm trying to get this in a way that it's able to send more of this down. It's a little bit painful right now, though, to get it to do that. That feels relatively steady to me now, though. I think that'll work. I still have to manually come and do this, though. Okay. Go to bed and get an opinion, right? I want to make sure that this actually goes on its way to Vulcanus and does a full delivery, because if this will actually work, I can actually let this run during the day and let the boring stuff go. If this works properly. So there it goes, it's going. Because the name of the game is automation. There's nothing wrong with letting these things do their thing when you're not present. So the issue, though, is that for some reason I can't seem to produce these blue chips in, like, any reasonable speed, and I don't know why. Because I got plenty of red chips. There's no way it's a lack of green chips. You're out of your mind. Is that actually what it is? It might be, actually. Shoot. I'm producing them about as fast as I can. Someone's gonna produce that 1 minute. Ain't nobody got time for that, and I don't understand why to put 83 machines to increase production. Yeah, so the nice thing about Factorio is that I can set up beacons to make things a little bit faster, but the issue is that, I mean, at least right now, it just seems like I just can't seem to feed them as well right now. I don't know if it's because I'm just not doing a full belt setup or what, but maybe it is what it is. I'm not sure. But yeah, these are at speed 3s. That's about as fast as one can ask these to go. Maybe if I just add some prods here. So they'll slow down a little bit, but we'll get a little bit more bang out of the buck here, is the idea, which will then translate to more plates making it down here, which means that we can get a little bit more green circuits there, is the hope, at least. Let's see if that actually altered that positively. So there, so it dipped a little bit, and then it came right back up. Just a hair. Oh, in fact, it actually increased a little bit. I am very happy to see that. I'm very happy to see that. It's going to take a little bit of time. I might have to tweak it a little bit. But that should hopefully translate to getting more of that out. Because these are still running about 80% faster. And I'm giving this all I got right now. This is this is producing quite a bit. I could actually probably produce more because I got a lot of copper right there. It's just an issue of space right now, and then trying to get it to get onto that belt neatly is the big thing right now. Maybe I need to start producing over. I might have to just use this powerhouse over here to produce a lot of stuff. So that might require us to do a little bit more than that, but... yeah, I need to do a little special setup here for this. Dealing with spoilage, basically. Because inevitably we're going to have spoilage from all this. That's just the way it's gonna be, so... okay, it did deliver that stuff. But you can see that our science is at a trickle. 5 per minute is disgustingly low. And it's all because we just aren't getting as many blue chips as we need. So I think it's gonna come down to bumping these up a bit. And by a bit, I mean like max for what we've got right now. And then doing... doing like that. That actually reduces the amount that they're requesting, which should help them balance it a little bit more. They're still faster, which is good. Is there an endgame Factorio, or is it ongoing? So the endgame, if you do vanilla Factorio, base Factorio, your endgame is just launching a rocket on Novice. So it's basically doing this. You want to get one rocket to space, which technically means that you escape the planet. And then your end game after that is you continue to make the factory and you try to up your science per minute. In Space Age, you launch the rocket and then you go to all these different planets, including Aquilo. You then try to get to the solar system edge. This is considered the victory. You then try to go out to the shattered planet and you try to collect Promethean rocks, which is like the final science pack, and that's your infinite science. So vanilla infinite science is just the rocket launching up and getting space science. Space Age, the infinite science is flying to the shattered planet and collecting the infinite science off of that. So you can just go for the rocket launch and then that's the end game, then you start over, or you can go for infinitely like optimizing your factory, trying to hit these like high science per minute builds. So yeah, that's kind of what you're looking at. And right now my science is abysmal because of my lack of utility science packs being made in any reasonable amount of time, and I'm gonna try to fix that. So I'm going to copy this in an attempt to make more utility science. And then I'm going to copy, well, I'm actually going to blueprint this. So I can use this to make more green chips over here. This is just kind of a, this is a patchwork solution right now. But it will be effective, you'll see here. So I'm going to do like this. Because it is at decent ratios, which is what we want. So what's going to happen here is I need to do some green belts. Like so. Not exactly what I want to do here, but like I said, this is patchwork. And I just need to increase the amount of green circuits that we have at all. So I'm going to do something like this, and then I'm going to do like so. And then all we have to do is we're just going to take this iron and this copper, and it's just going to pipe straight in like this. And now we can watch the pretty little numbers go up here. Just as soon as we get all that fed in. So put it like right there in the corner so we can see it running. Then we can see here, going off of the 10-minute mark here, we're going to go from 3,500 green chips. And the hope is that because we increased it by this much, we're going to see it leap up, hopefully even reaching numbers like 10,000. Probably not, though, would be my guess. Because we might be limited on... Nope, not going to be power, that's for sure. We'll see what it actually jumps up to. It might take it a bit to actually climb up to what it's going to be. We'll see. At bare minimum, it at least doubles it, which is good enough for me in this case. These are constantly running, and I am happy about that. So we've gone from 3.4 thousand a minute to 4.6, so it was like 1,000. I keep forgetting it's not exactly a linear increase every single time. It is steadily starting to go up just a little bit more there, but... it never stops. So in fact, we can really just knock this out of the park if I just commit to full speed instead of trying to make it more efficient. I bet you this'll kick us off real hard right here. As soon as I do this, right? Because they already have a little bit of base productivity in it. That gets us closer to like that 5,000 mark, which is what I greatly enjoy. Because now we can see here that we're starting to really chew into that. Which is good, because I have more than enough production for that. And then they're only just limited a little bit by the speed that the drones can carry stuff over. Which that doesn't matter at all to me. So if we go off of the past hour here, we'll see a sharp increase on that. Which should then translate, hopefully, to an equally sharp increase on blue chips. 27 a minute, going to 126 a minute. I mean, that alone right there, that's about a 3 times increase. Which doesn't seem like much when you're dealing with just like triple digit numbers on this compared to some other stuff, but that's a pretty big deal. Especially because we're able to keep most of these running most of the time. Hopefully we get to have it do a little bit more as it hits a bit more of an equilibrium. But now you can see our science per minute's now gone up to 73, which is way more acceptable than it was before. 5 was just not gonna cut it. I'd like it to hit at least like 150 to 200 would be my preference, but alright, now we're getting into the captivity angle of things, which is going to lead us to some better researches later as well. Take what we can get. Yes, 100% we take what we can get. We always want more. We strive for more. But we've got it for now, so we'll be content with that. Alright, so now Gleba's only issue is trying to get the ability to produce rockets at any reasonable amount of speed, which is going to be probably coming back down to, again, blue chips and how we process those. But it is 1 in the morning. That is a issue for another time. So we're just going to go ahead and save it right here with all the progress that we made. And that's that. Oh, man. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Let's have a look at what we've got here. We've got Mahalik over there. Mahalik is a great person if you want to learn about Factorio. We're probably going to raid him again because he's on... Oh, actually... Eri is actually playing Call of Duty right now. She's not usually on when I'm on. I think we're gonna go surprise her. How long has she been on? Half hour? She's not gonna expect this. This will be great. This will be funny. But yeah, this will be tomorrow's problem. Alright. Let's go give Eri a little bit of a raid. You don't have to spam the chat or anything with this one. Just say hi, stop in for a little bit. I'll chat with her as well for a little bit here before I go. We'll be back tomorrow. Probably going to be playing more Factorio. Might do Oxygen Not Included, just to kind of switch it up a bit. But it was great talking to you, Phoenix. I really enjoyed that. Thank you for delving more into your life and all that. It was very fascinating. Yes, I hope you have a great evening as well, Phoenix. I hope you enjoy, well, you know, enjoy work as much as you can. And we will see you next time, and see everybody else next time. Have a good one. Go get them.